All right, welcome once again to the fifth edition of Kingdom Business Breakfast Meeting. I don't know, I feel like you guys need to celebrate yourself because we have very consistent people here. Please just celebrate yourselves. You guys are amazing and consistent. All right, so let's just pray. Father, thank you for everyone right here. Thank you for this business men and women, these professionals, all of these people who have dedicated their skill, their career, their business to you. People who want to know your wisdom concerning the marketplace, concerning the ministry in the marketplace. Father, we thank you. Thank you for bringing them safely. And those who are on their way, Father, we ask, oh God, that you bring them down here without any incidents in Jesus' name. And Father, we ask that everything that we'll learn today may it be to your glory. May your wisdom be rested within us and not be taken away. May it not be like the seed that fell on thorny places, on rocky grounds, or even the type that the birds of the air can take away, Lord. May whatever we receive not be taken away from us. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Do more than I've asked for your children. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right. Our moderator will be coming up very soon. But before then, we have a few announcements to make. Many of us were at the last Kingdom Business Breakfast meeting where some people got the Business Unlimited book. Let me see your hands. Okay, thank you. And some people actually bought it, but it was very few. We had very few copies and not everybody was able to get it. The good news is that we've been able to order some more. And if you look to your right, you see it at the table. It's something you can get after the business meeting. And I mean, it's a book that we've been reading at On Purpose Consulting. We finished reading it already and it's been amazing. It's like seeing God in the marketplace, seeing God like come alive wherever you are. I think it's something that everybody will benefit very greatly from. So if you have any desire to have the book, just after the breakfast meeting, meet with myself or Miss Abang and we'll attend to you. Thank you very much. In a round of applause, let's welcome our moderator for today, Mr. Moses Simon. He's not just any moderator. He's the type that if this was not a business meeting, he would make you laugh and laugh and laugh. And he's very good at what he does. And it's a privilege also for us to have him.
Good morning. You're welcome to the meeting today. Once more, I just want to say that being here today will be an amazing time, just as the head of the planning committee has informed us. It's going to be a great time today. So I want to ask that just before we start dishing out so many goodies of knowledge and things that will help in business growth and of course discipleship, remember that you need to write a lot and you need to listen a lot and you need to observe a lot. From the way everything is done, take a cue. The timing, the orderliness, everything is intended to help shape mindset so that as we walk out the doors, we will go back and become better business people, better servants of God in the field, and even for some who serve in the temple, there in the temple also. So I hope that if today is the first time you're joining this meeting, you must have been briefed maybe via our online adverts or someone who invited you that it's usually a blast. So today you are witnessing it live. And for those who are joining us online, greetings to you. And I hope that you're not being very busy, that you have also settled. Importantly, make sure you don't have your breakfast yet, so that when we will be doing ours here, you can join us and get your cutlery. Don't think we can't find out. All right, I want to ask that some of us who were here in just the last meeting where we gathered like this last month, if you have a testimony from that meeting where we looked at Rules for Life, part 1, I don't want to spoil it for us by reiterating some of the things that I learned personally, in case that is what you want to share about. However, I will invite about 3 people to tell us what they learned, and not just the theoretical knowledge, especially if you applied any of those things in your life and you have experienced some changes. That's going to encourage someone today to be more attentive. But generally, how many people believe that last month's own was a blast? You learned things and you were wondering, wow, this host guest speaker is amazing, as the people of certain places in Nigeria would say, amazing. So I want to ask that we share, just briefly, you'll tell us your name and then what you learned. Or before then, I think I'll just like to do the introductions myself. So when you stand up, you don't start by saying Ibo Kwenu. So just go straight to the point. If I do not know what you do, then I think another microphone will come to you and you will tell us what you do, in case there is something you have started between last month's meeting and today and we do not know about. Please feel free. This place is for networking also. You'll get to know what the other person does and how you yourself can be a partner with them to improve life, contribute to humanity, and also develop yourself in both business and in the work of the kingdom. So I would like to start from my left here, and at the end of the table, or the head of the table. Now, listen. Don't let anybody say anything that ever makes you feel bad. It's a matter of perspective. So I was just about to say the end of the table. That would sound like the tail. But that's also the head of the table. Nobody ever really failed and came last in school. It was a function of where the headmaster decided to read from. If you read from the bottom, you were the first. Do you understand? And if they read from the top, then you'll be number 39. If they started from 39 to read, they say, first on my list is, and they called your name, you are the first. So it's a function of perspective. So with Jesus' joy in this business breakfast meeting, we have the presence of Mr. Stephen Aja. He is the lead marketer and executive officer of, I'll give you a business name. Someone has suggested something. Aja and Sons. Aja and Sons. Okay, he has the microphone, right? Yeah, he will tell us the business name, but he's involved with sales of gadgets, accessories, household equipment, and of course you can see things that, wow, that's a big TV screen. All right, so you're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Stephen Aja, as he said. CEO of ES Tech Solutions and sales of gadgets, accessories, and other tech equipment as we need.
A round of applause for him. So I think we will just pass the microphone that way.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Enoch Eno. I'm the principal of Ududuma Secondary Commercial School, and also an entrepreneur into pastry.
Beautiful. A round of applause for him. So Ududuma School is one of the places where the Lord is doing amazing things with the students there. And of course, our principal sponsors, GAM Aid Foundation, they have also invested and are still going to invest a lot in that place. And so we have the presence of the principal. Once more, a round of applause. I don't think it was easy to have him come all the way from that place, but we thank God that he made it. Yes, please.
Bonjour à tous. Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
I am Anita Felix. I am the lead trainer, instructor, and the leader of Parlez-vous français, a language training program where we teach people to speak French with more confidence or to learn from scratch to a position of confidence. Thank you.
So give her the microphone. She just told us that she is the lead instructor of
Parlez-vous français?
How will you do when you don't even know how to pronounce it? So you're going to help us pronounce it so that we can tell someone out there and not say, you get one French school where did that place. So how is it pronounced?
It's pronounced Parlez-vous français?
Parlez-vous
Français.
Fiancé.
Parlez.
Parlez-vous
Vous. Français.
français.
Parlez-vous français?
Okay, everybody, let's murder it together. 1, 2, go. Parlez-vous français.
You got it right.
We got it right. Amazing. You guys have to appreciate me for helping you learn French. Wow, that's beautiful. You know, I almost thought it was palliative, but it's fine. Let's have our next attendee.
My name is Favor Nomanwonle. I'm the head of GAM Publishing, which is the publishing arm of God's Lighthouse. Thank you.
Yeah, a round of applause for the lead supervisor and head of GAM Publishing. GAM Publishing is a publishing company. So, of course, I think 2 days ago they launched an official book, and it's titled what? The Marriage Guide. Anybody has a copy? You know, it's a business meeting, and I'll do everything possible to advertise our businesses and create connections and networks. So the Marriage Guide is a book that has been written, and GAM Publishing has just launched it. Thank you. 2 days ago. So it's still fresh. It's still new. So, hey, camera, look at this. You see that? So you want to read this book. You want to be blessed by it. As the name tells us, this will guide you in every matter pertaining to before, during, and after marriage. Your whole family life will be transformed. So I think it goes for about 5,000 naira only. And if someone needs a copy, anyone needs a copy right now, I can give out this one. Okay, do well to pick it up. I think we'll have copies at the book stand over there, so you can pick it up during or after the meeting. A round of applause for GAM Publishing and her representative. Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Solomon Leo Ekanem. I'm the CEO of Leocan Mobile. We sell iPhones and other UK used devices, Samsung and Google Pixel device precisely, and accessories.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon. So people, iPhones are available close to you. You know, I hope your prices are moderate. Yeah, we believe. So when you go, just remind him that he said it, that it was going to be moderate, but don't go with 60,000 for iPhone 14, please. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I am Happiness Upa, a voiceover artist and a voice actor for Unperplexed Consulting Digital Services.
All right. So how do we contact you if we need to do a voiceover for Super Story?
Please speak with my boss, Miss Sifonobon Ukon.
All right. We'll get to her. Thank you, Miss Happiness Upa.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Edidiong Eyang. I'm a lawyer, and I am also here representing media managers and advertising, a print and advertising company. Thank you.
You're welcome, Edidiong Eyang of Media Managers. Thank you for honoring this invitation. Yes. Sorry, you didn't tell us what media managers do, did you? Okay, hold on. Let's check. Give to Just a random person. Please, what does media managers? What do they do? Did you hear?
I don't really know what they do.
All right, you see. So I said we are here to build connections. So tell us what your business is about, so we don't go elsewhere when we have you here.
Okay. Media managers prints. Everything prints. You see that flex? We do it. You see that book? We do it. You see that book there? We do it. Flyers. Even that book, the Gunnar Olsen's book, we can print it.
Okay.
Everything. Billboards. Everything printing. Thank you.
Beautiful. A round of applause for media managers representative. All right. Oh, give to her. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Elizabeth Philip. I'm a GAMTEX worker.
And a lawyer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Godwin Wana. I'm the CEO of Omega Classic Communication. I sell phones, accessories, phone parts, and I also deal with services of laptop hardware and both hardware and software.
Yeah, you're welcome, Mr. Godwin of Omega Classic. He's been with us in multiple editions of this program and a very strong partner. So you're welcome, sir. You look good this morning. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abigail. I work with GAM.
You're welcome, Abigail of GAM, God's Army Mobilizing.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Etima Matthew, and I am here representing Samplex Ventures. Thank you.
What is a Samplex venture?
Okay. Samplex Ventures does painting and paint production, and under it we have a mobile bookshop that deals on all kinds of Christian novels that you would want to read. Thank you.
All right, beautiful. So they are a big distributor of books. So I think some of these our books will also be distributed by Samplex Ventures, right? Yeah, beautiful. And they handle interior paintings. You see some of the things you see here. They are very good at what they do. So there is no law that says when you move into a new house, maintain the same paint as the former tenant. Feel free to contact Samplex Ventures and have your house beautified for you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sifonobo Okon, and I am the manager at UC Digital Services. So at UC Digital, UCDS for short, we provide digital solutions for everything imaginable. By that, we can help you with your brainstorming, from brainstorming to execution to marketing, social media, anything that you can do in the digital space. We are your plug. So you can meet me after this meeting.
We believe the smile on the picture there says it all, that that's a successful business. You're welcome, Ms. Sifonobong of UCDS. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I am Edidi Obot by name. I'm here. I'm a planning and scheduled personnel specialized in human resource optimization, and I work with God's Army Mobilizing.
Well, a round of applause for Mr. Edidiong Obot. So you have events like this and even bigger ones. You want someone to help you coordinate and plan things. He's good at his job. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm John Justice. I'm the CEO of The Just Enterprises. I'm into industrial cleaning. We do everything from clean hospital, home, workspace, anything cleaning.
You're welcome, Mr. John Justice. And I don't know what your plan is after this meeting, whether you help us clean this space. You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Boma Gesiri Ambakadermo. I'm the CEO of Graciela Cakes, a cake designing startup company.
Okay, a cake designing. Please, what's the name again?
Graciela Cakes and Pastries.
Graciela Cakes. Okay, everybody say Graciela Cakes. You better say it well. Next edition, there might be a cake here from Graciela. Who knows? You have to impress the CEO. And I have the honor of informing you that CEO is also a medical personnel in the making. And maybe in 2-3 editions from now, she'll introduce herself as Dr. Boma. A round of applause for Graciela Cakes. Is there anyone? Yeah.
Good day, everybody. My name is Bright John. I am the head of marketing and a legal associate at Unperplexed Consulting. And we deal with project management, records management, branding, marketing, legal and regulatory compliance, everything you need. And we have different affiliates like UCDS working with us. She already introduced herself. We work with Amazing Christian Girls Housekeeping if you need housekeeping services. We also work with Bethel Farms if you need eggs, fish, what have you. We also work with what's our other affiliates, different affiliates anyway. So please visit www.unperplexedconsulting.com to get more information about our services. Thank you very much.
If she did it shorter than that, I would have been amazed. A marketer is a marketer. You see, she just advertised the entire company by introducing herself. Beautiful. However, she said she is a marketer and also a legal person. Mind who you buy from. Buy one, enter jail free. Okay, that's on the lighter side. Yes, ma.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Precious Abang. I'm a female fashion designer and a lawyer in training. I work with Unperplexed Consulting. Thank you.
Beautiful. You're welcome, Precious Abang. Yeah. Okay. We still have a few more introductions.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Glory Ekbot, the lead formulator at Glowem Global Resources. We manufacture natural skincare, hair care, and laundry products.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Glory of Glowem Global Resources. You know, when she stood up, I had to look at the picture and look at the face, look at the picture, look at the face, look at the picture, look at the face, because what you see versus what you get. You know, I remember some years back, I went to the market and this should be, I was in, I think, secondary school. And I didn't go for that, but I happened to meet this guy. Then I had these pimples break out on my face. It wasn't too bad. And then there was this guy that was selling eczema. Who knows? No, not eczema. What was it? Nixodem, the popular Nixodem. And he was saying, you know, it cures this, it cures that. Now, here is someone whose product you can see on her face and it's glowing, all right? Yeah, so it's true. But why I couldn't buy was because the face of the person who was selling Nixodem needed Nixodem more than me. So what's your order versus what you get? You're welcome, ma. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sadi Udoka. I am head of operations for Unperplexed Consulting. I also function as the head of project planning. I do not think I need to do more marketing about Unperplexed Consulting, more than my colleague has already done. So I would just say visit unperplexedconsulting.com and you get the rest.
Yeah, and if I should add anything to that, if you run a school like our principal here and every other business person, I would like to advise that you speak with Mr. Udoka after this meeting. If you have not yet moved your documents, your records to the digital space, let's not hear that you missed the receipt of a particular contract or business deal. And then because of that, you run into problem. You know, he works with Unperplexed Consulting and they have a legal arm. The same person you could have met today and had your issue resolved ahead, maybe the same person you meet now to file a lawsuit. So you meet him, he handles, you know, digitalization of files and records and will help you put your things in order in the most simple ways. So a round of applause for Mr. Udoka of Unperplexed Consulting. And I think we still have 2 more people to introduce. And then we will proceed. Shall we take Mr. Ekpot?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
As you've seen, my name is on the screen. Anil Poneput. I'm here on behalf of New Year Transaction Company. We do a whole lot of things, but just due to time, it's business and property development. Property development, which has been a flagship of New Year Transaction Company, because of the drive. I mean, just the desire to see people own homes, to see people able to have a home.
Yeah,
and that means that one of the things that we've been doing is called a home ownership journey. And a home ownership journey is just showing you various ways to break into the real estate sector. For some reason, real estate is quite complicated, so many people do not know how to break into it. People think of that it's until you have so much money. So our home ownership journey helps you to break into it at different levels. That covers the aspect of property development, and then business development, which is also another aspect of New Year Transaction Company. It's just different things in business, whether it's strategy, planning, execution, and just the everything business that makes you grow from one step to the other. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. I won't say more. Just know that there is a hope and a future for you if you meet Mr. Ekpot. And you know that prayer they pray in some churches? They say, this will be your last year as a tenant. Maybe that may be someone that will guide you on how to make wise building and business decisions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Euphemia. I'm the creative director of Fresh and Greens and the co-owner of Fresh and Greens. We cook, we bake. So basically what we try to do is to bridge the gap between people who eat normal food and people who do not. So there are a group of people who cannot eat, let's say, the regular bread sold in the market. Maybe because they have things like celiac disease, lactose intolerance, etc. So if you come to us and say you cannot tolerate gluten, but you love your bread, we give you healthy options. So we can actually make bread with something like oats, cassava, etc. Depending on what you want, not just bread. Then we also make things like juices, yogurt, etc. So, irrespective of what your eating needs are, we are here to help you cater to that. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mrs. Euphemia of Fresh and Greens. Now, I'm going to leave you to the option of either going to a doctor or eating healthy. Now, I say that carefully. Now, you know you have to meet the doctor to know if you have celiac disease. Then you can come for bread without, what's it called, gluten? Okay, I'm here to learn. You better be learning, writing down things. All right. Thank you so much. I see people all around. I'm going to pass the mic to everybody, including the media people. You tell us that you are a media person in case we need you for our Child in the House spot. Yes, please. From the lady in suits there.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi,
My
good
name
morning.
is Joy Bassi, and I work with the media team, and I am an audio streamer.
Yeah, an audio editor and streamer. Beautiful. Joy Bassi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Okon. I'm the curator for today's event, and I'm also a driver, professional driver.
And a cybersecurity personnel. Beautiful. You're welcome, Mr. Victory.
I'm Edima Sonny. I am a video and audio editor.
You're welcome, Edima Sonny, video and audio editor.
I'm Joe Eko, and I'm handling the projection for the screens that we see.
Beautiful. Tell us about that your YouTube channel, where we can come and grab certain things. Bored Bible Guy. We are here to network, okay? So sometimes you're going to be looking for something to just pass time, 5 seconds in the office. Just visit, what is it called?
Bored Bible Guy, sir.
Bored Bible Guy, GUI. You'll be amazed. You'll be very, very impressed. All right. Thank you, Mr. Joel Ekpo. Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Emedian Utibokun. I'm the photographer for today, and I'm also the CEO of Yahweh Media Hub.
Yahweh? Did you mean Yahweh?
Yes, Yahweh Media Hub.
Oh, Yahweh Media Hub. Beautiful. You're welcome, Mr. Emedian. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Timile Yadeboye. So I'm a tech administrative assistant, and I also work as a graphics designer.
Beautiful. Beautiful. You're welcome, Mr. Timmy. Mr. Timmy Lane. Yes, please. Is that all? All right, I'll wrap this up very quickly. Yes, please.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Mr. Didion Brownson, the resident pastor of God's Lighthouse.
You're welcome, man of God. Bless you. The rest of you, bless you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Anebetakpan. I'm here representing Bethel Farms. At Bethel Farms, we are involved with organic planting of crops. So we produce healthy crops, no fertilizer, just organic manure. And we are also into livestock, layers and fish. So and we also set up farms for people in case you are in need to get a consulting service. You can come to us and we will help you do all that. Thank you.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Mr. Blessing Epo, and I work with Bethel Farms.
You're welcome, staff of Bethel Farms. So you see the connection now? Now, Fresh and Greens will need farm produce from Bethel Farms to be able to produce things. This is amazing. A round of applause for everyone who has spoken so far. I want to pause at this point and bring up here two people. I'll invite Mr. Anyekun of New Year Transaction Company to grace the high table, as well as Mr. Edidion Brownson of God's Lighthouse Church. Please clap till they arrive. Keep clapping. Keep clapping till they arrive. Thank you so much for making it to this event this morning. Thank you, everyone who has clapped. You know, I reminded somebody of a promise they once made to me. And rather than tell me they didn't have the capacity to fulfill it, they said, "You believe so much in me, men shall believe in you." So, thank you for clapping for people. Men shall clap for you. So, my three people who want to quickly tell us their, should I call it, impact stories from the last KBBM, where we learned some rules for life, which we will continue today. And I see the three hands. The fastest will have the microphone. 1, 2, one more slot. I won't call you after the first person begins to speak. You now remember and say, "Oh, it's true." 3. All right. Yes, sir.
Again, my name is Blessing Epo, and though I wasn't present in the last meeting, but I actually tuned in. And specifically, I think one of the things that I learned is about structuring, how you set up structures, and it takes care of your system, and your system in turn takes care of the structure. And from that last meeting, although some of the things were well elaborated for me, and so with that in mind, I could say that my 2026 is booked up already, like with a lot of things. And these are, strategic goals, things with regards to the farm for me, where I know from this time to this time, these are the things that are to be put in place. So if someone is talking to me now that, would like you to do this, I would have to go check my calendar because there's already something in place, except it is otherwise changed by my management. So with that, I believe that alone for me has already done so much good for me. And I thank Pastor Itaudo and the team for that meeting because it was really wonderful for me.
All right, just a moment. You said something about structure, taking care of system and system
taking
structure.
care of, yes.
Can you break that down for the sake of someone who may not understand? Maybe a real scenario?
Okay, so a real scenario will be, let's say, Gamete Foundation, of course, where some of us are part of. And Gamete Foundation basically is to take care of the needs of people as the Lord helps us. But you can't take care of people if the things that are needed to take care of people are not there. So, of course, that's where one of the things that come into play is Bethel Farms. That's a structure. It has to run. We have food that take care of needy people who are hungry. And then those needy people have strength to do other things that also in turn, help sustain Bethel Farms, as it were. So that's an example of a system and a structure, and in turn, being sustainable.
A round of applause for Mr. Ekpo of Bethel Farms. I hope that everyone is learning this morning. Yeah. So you give Mr. Niekun the mic.
Good morning once again. So I first of all just want to thank GAM8, Director of GAM8 and the whole team around in GAM8 for putting up KBBM. If you were here the last time, I had said that it's always an opportunity it's a great opportunity that we have to connect and to also share ideas and talk about these things. Rules for life, how to structure your life for maximum efficiency. It's very unique. In the last session, for me, a lot of things were reinforced, and I also had to learn a number of things. One of the things that made a whole lot of sense to me was the thing about time management. The fact is that we all have 24 hours. It has not increased. We don't know that it will increase to 32 hours or 48 hours. But the thing is, God fills our plates with a lot of things. God puts a lot of things before us, and it's made a lot of sense that you have God has also made provision for how to do these things. God has put things in place. It's just the thing about knowledge, having knowledge and knowing how to do it. So time management is something that I really was blessed to, while Pastor was teaching, I was really blessed to hear those things, especially, I was just looking at my notes and I remember the thing he said about that it's not to prioritize your schedule, but rather you should schedule your priorities. Very, very important point, because many times, we look at, personally, I look at things and I'm like, oh, when will I do this one? When will I do this one? How can I do this one? But the fact is just turning it over and realizing that, oh, which one is of utmost priority? And let's start from there. And just, then apart from that was also the time blocks thing, you look at the time, like I said, time is not increasing. Rather, you have so many things pressing. We always say, I'm pressed for time, Yeah. Or say those things, or you hear people say, I'm very busy, And it seems like, but the fact that even though you're so busy, things keep coming. You're always, whether you're under someone or you're over people. In fact, if you're over people, it's even worse. Because your mind is always spinning. Especially if you're a very creative person and you're someone who, God has reformed your mind. It's such that every place you enter, you're seeing an opportunity, you're seeing how something can be created. So you always have this rush of ideas. And that's to say that those of us who are under people should not think that we have that, when we use that excuse, I'm too busy. It doesn't work that way. Even the person who is over you has much more things than you think they do. So, but understanding the thing about time blocks, it really helped me because, that helps me break things. That helps me realize that I could actually break things. I could actually start listening to something, and I would say, okay, instead of giving it 2 hours because I don't have 2 hours, I could make it 30 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, just breaking things like that, and that was that was addressed so properly, and that reinforced something. And then one more thing is, another thing that was really of a blessing to me was just with the whole discussions we had. The fact is that God wants us to succeed. I left here and I was discussing with another person, and I was just saying to him, there's God has put many things in place for us to succeed in our businesses, in different things that we do. But many times it's just that we don't know. And the fact that you come here and you receive rules, you receive these rules, if maybe after 6 months and we've practiced all these things that we've heard, and then you look back, you would realize that there's a lot of transformation that would take place, So it's, it was a very, very, would I say, okay, we're in a business setting, so let me try and use business words. I would say it was a very, very impactful session. And it was a session that made me look forward to having this session. And I say that with all sincerity, because it was Rules for Life 1, and I felt it's important to hear the concluding parts. That's for now. If we might have 3, who knows? But it's important to hear the next parts, because it just helps us put the piece together. So I would say yes, I would always recommend this for anyone, because I have been blessed, and I believe that any other person could be blessed. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Eckworth. That was really, really impactful. People almost got their full notes. If you pay attention, there will be a lot to learn. Yes. Who else was here in the last meeting? Beautiful. Can you give to our voiceover artist to do a voiceover of what she learned?
Okay. The most impactful thing I got from the last edition, Mr. Eckworth has said it, but still it's on having the time blocks and the buffers. So the buffers are basically these empty times that you have. You don't necessarily have to occupy every hour of your day with an activity. Because if we want to be honest, sometimes we tell ourselves, I'm going to be done with this in 2 hours, but somehow that thing spills into 3 hours or even 4. So when you have these buffers on your daily schedule, you can now complete that task in that time. And so other things don't get to suffer. Another thing I learned is that busyness doesn't equal efficiency. How many of us have worked throughout the day? We are so tired, but then you look back, it's almost as if you've not done anything. Nothing has been done. So learning to put our lives in order, put our structure, our schedules and everything in order. The main thing of scheduling your priorities, putting them on the list. And so when you look back at the end of the day, your stress in quotes or your fatigue matches the results that you have produced. And then creating a rhythm with this, doing it daily, doing it weekly, because like we've heard many times, consistency is key. Consistency is just let me just say, a business word for faithfulness. Faithfulness is key. Be faithful to the rhythms and the structures that have worked for you. And that way we'll all learn to be better businessmen and women. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did you hear the thing about buffers? Yeah, some of us, the way we plan our day, every single minute is accounted for. Something is inside it. And then you know what that does to any slight change? You have said, in 10 minutes, I'll move from this place to that place. And then the bus driver stops by a fuel station. That has shifted everything. There was no gap anywhere. And so you keep pushing things, bumping into things, and then now priorities are moved, all sorts of stuff happen. So these are some of the things we learned, but there was more. I really know that since I was here too, there was a lot more. And all of this is to encourage us to make this meeting a priority. You see, people have closed their shops, their business places, and some have had people standing for them just to be here. The Bible tells us to to get understanding in all our getting. So we are here to get understanding that will help us beyond our business world. It will help us in life generally. And so we really, really help. We really say thank you. To the organizers of this particular meeting. This is something that will bless lives. This is something that will make people make real progress. You will look back 6 months after you've attended this meeting and realize that significant progress has been made. Even the people you happen to meet in these meetings will help you. You will sit down one day and say, oh, I need someone to help me do this. And you'll remember, oh, there is this person. So I want us to clap specially for the organizers of KBBM. A round of applause for them. All the people in the planning and the management team of this program of GAM8 Foundation and of Unperplexed Consulting. God bless you. And I believe we are open to partnerships, right? I think so. So you want to sponsor the next edition, you want to say, okay, I want to take care of that breakfast. I want to spice it up. I want to drop just a token of 300,000 to make every person have a bottle of wine in front of them. It doesn't mean you have to finish your wine. But whatever way you think, in this way, you want to support, you want to sponsor, you want to be a part of this vision, feel free to speak with the head of marketing, Barrister Bright John, over to the right there after this meeting, or you can speak with Mr. Udoka, both of Unperplexed Consulting, and you will be given the opportunity to express your goodwill. I thank God for making this happen at this time and for making all of us a part of what is happening here. One more thing I want to say. If you grow alone in your space, the people around you who do not have the same understanding may be a problem to you. Do you understand that? Yeah. If you are the only person who understands cleanliness in a house, the rest of the people will make your life miserable. Now, do you understand this one? That means you should invite someone for this meeting, right? Yeah. You want to build a godly ecosystem where business has a new face. Business has a new mindset. Business has a shift. Business is handled with care and with all godliness. Not that you're struggling to be godly here, but there are all the other people who do not know these principles of life, these principles of scripture. And so they make it difficult for us to do kingdom work in the fields where God gives us opportunity. So do well to always invite people. Tell them these things you're learning. Tell them, show them, invite them, and make them a part of this so they too can learn, and together we can build God's kingdom on this earth. May God bless us as we do that in Jesus' name. I want to quickly ask, for those who were here in the last edition, there were things we were supposed to go back and write. There were things we were... I see smiles of, you don't catch me, of people's faces as I mentioned that. There were things you were going to adjust. Oh, I won't do this again. I'll do this from now. So I'm going to randomly pick people whom I know were in that meeting. And I'll ask you, what slight or major adjustments did you make based on what was taught in the last meeting? This is how you're going to encourage the trainer. This is how you're going to encourage the organizers. This is how you're going to motivate the rest of us to actually take the things said and done here seriously. But if you're already willing to say, mine is very significant, or I like to share mine ahead before I'm called upon, I'd like to see your hand. Maybe that thing about time blocking, and I want practical description of what you did. Oh, I used to just wake up and say, what was that thing? Up and grateful. And then you venture into your day. But after learning the rules for life in the last meeting, you started apportioning time, giving priority to things. That level of practicality is what I want us to share in maybe 3 to 5 minutes. Yeah, we have people. Yeah, we have people, but people that want to, I'll call your business and I'll hear how you implemented these things. practically. So someone from Bethel Farms will speak, someone from Unperplexed will speak, and one other random person, he's smiling. One CEO will speak, and we'll know how well these things have been implemented. Yes, Bethel Farms.
Okay. So one of the things I implemented, one of the things that was taught that there was evaluating weekly. Okay,
Yeah.
so what produces result and what drains your energy?
Yeah.
So I had to go back to sit down and analyze what in my own sphere, what brings result and what drains my energy. And one of the things I had to do was delegation of duties and prioritizing a task. Okay, so I started delegating duties and assigning tasks based on priorities. And just the past few weeks of doing that, I've seen result in terms of at the end of the day, I don't get to be drained how I was previously. And most of the tasks that I would have done myself, okay, I now tend to start focusing on that instead of abandoning that one and trying to evolve in the one that I should have delegated to people.
Yeah.
So that is a step in progress for me. So that's how I have applied that.
And within these 4 weeks, have you noticed, honestly, have you noticed any change?
Yes.
Negative or positive?
Positive.
Okay.
I would say positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. A round of applause for that speaker from Bethel Farm. So they've implemented evaluation among other things. Yes. Who is with the microphone? Yeah, Mr. Doka is. Oh, okay. I thought you were signifying to speak. Yes. Anybody. You see, it wasn't a big deal, but just adjusting that aspect, something good came. Or do we want me to believe that we were just hearers only and we were not doers? Beautiful. Yeah, please, after Mr. Godwin, we'll take the French lady.
Good morning once again.
Good morning.
Well, I've been opportune to attend several KBBM meetings, not just the last one.
Yeah.
I have learned a lot in the past meetings, but I learned a lot in the past meeting, but I've learned from warfare in business to, because now I had issue with the warfare in business, so that was a big deal for me. So one of the way I learned the warfare in business is having to have devotions in the business premises with my workers. I just do that with myself and one of my worker, but I get to get the rest of the worker to always join in the devotions. Well, for last KBBM, I used to handle the accounting by myself, having to handle the accounting, having to check stock, having to check what is needed, what I need to get, what is finishing. I used to do a lot of that by myself. Then I had to give out some of the responsibility to someone else to handle.
Yeah.
So it helped me because at the end of the day, I'll be stressed out and a lot of things running on my mind, and I wouldn't be able to finish what I'm supposed to do for the day, and it's pile up the things that I was supposed to do, or the things I was supposed to handle, or goods I was supposed to buy. So I wouldn't be able to go around to check those things by myself. So I had someone help me do that, and
Beautiful.
also taking records also. And in my office, since I started by repairing phones and gadgets. So a lot of people know me for that. So many people will want, when they come around, they will want me to do these things by myself.
Yeah.
But I have to start making my customer to feel comfortable for someone else to having to assure them that, this person I train him myself is good.
Yeah.
You can trust him. If I trust him, trust him. So that alone had helped me to relieve me from having to be attending to customer that wants to buy. I'm running out, I'm fixing phones, I'm fixing someone's laptop all on my own. So so I just focus. I don't do a lot. I still do a lot, but it's lesser for me now. So from the last KBB, I learned to just share out the responsibility, and then that's it for now.
Please, I almost said a standing ovation, but let's sit and clap. That's amazing. Please, we need to know that this is real. Did you hear that? So now, for some people, you didn't catch this part where he spoke about how he started his business fixing phones by himself. You know, whatever people know you for, that sticks in their memory. So 2 years later, someone has an issue with their phone. They'll still come to Mr. Godwin and say, Godwin, please fix this for me. And imagine coming back the next day and they see one of his boys with that iPhone. It's like, who is this? It takes energy to convince somebody that no, the other person will do it well, because they are afraid. Who has ever given someone clothes to make and they gave it to their trainee to make the clothes for you? And by the time you didn't know whether it was a skirt or a trousers. Yeah, so there is that real fear. I'm going to have someone else talk to us who has had to delegate this kind. I don't mean go and help me buy. There are things that it doesn't involve your customer, your clients directly. So you can tell anybody. You can even tell one of these courier guys, just help me move this thing from here to here. Not that. I mean something you had to be doing it yourself at the time and your people knew you. Think of barbers. Some of the guys know. If it is Mr. A that cuts your hair, if Mr. A is not around, you go home and come back the next day. The men, that's real, right? We don't joke with it. We don't joke with it. You go there and you see 3 trainees. They say, this one is very good. Don't tell me that story. It's on my head. You will use that and learn work. So I'd like someone to, before the next speaker, I'd like someone to tell me, how did you handle that shift? How did you convince? I know he started saying something. Maybe we'll get back to him. But I want someone else. How did you handle that explanation, getting your clients to believe in the next person you've trained? They say, oh, this person handles French classes. And then you have someone else. Home lesson. And then he's not teacher Etima. Then you say, today, you're sending teacher Amarachi. How do you get to convince them that, no, this person will be able to handle? How did you manage that? Real practical scenario. Well, let's hear from Mr. Doka.
Let me just use a scenario with a client in Unperplexed Consulting. I'm going to use Dialstores, sir. So Dialstores is our client.
Oh, okay, just hold on.
Yes.
Let's introduce Mr. Let him say his name just before we progress, so people don't wonder who he is. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Darlington. I am the CEO of Dialstores Limited.
And what do you do?
We sell gadgets, most especially drones and other related gadgets. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. A round of applause for Mr. Darlington Tassier of Dialstores Limited, one of our strong partners who has been in attendance of multiple editions of KBB meetings. You're welcome and God bless you. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we needed to carry out a forensic analysis of their process, from just the whole process from purchase to delivery. And I was going to be the one to do it. I am skilled to do such things. But I also had a lot of other things to attend to. So at the time, I had an intern working with me, Mr. Mbobo, who I was already beginning to train on some of these things, and he was catching up really quickly. So when the opportunity came, I thought, this should be the project I should throw him into. But I also struggled, most importantly, with how to get the CEO of Dial Stores to trust that this Mr. Mbobo is going to do exactly what I want him to do as I would have done it. All right? So I told him that I'm going to send someone. Now, this is the wisdom I used. Most of his staff members are God's Lighthouse people. And I played that card of they know me, but I need a thorough job to be done. And Mr. Mbobo happens to be someone who, at the time, was not very well known in our circle. So how I made him to trust that he would do the exact same job was I told him that I'm sending him because I do not want my familiarity with the people who work with him to interfere with the job. That I want someone who is going to do the job devoid of all forms of sentiments and familiarity. I trusted the boy. I knew he was going to do it. But I needed to say something that would help him to trust that he was going to do it. So I threw in that line of, I don't, sir. That's what happened.
And that worked fine.
It worked perfectly. It worked. You need to see what's going on in that source right now. It worked perfectly.
That's great. Let's clap for that. That was really, really insightful, I believe. So it always matters. It matters that at a point you let your clients trust the people you're working with. In case you have to be in KBBM and then your business, you don't have to close down. Because I'm not around today. All right. I hope you're learning. So I think this will be our final speaker, Ms. Anita Felix.
I think, not that I think, one thing that really helped me from the last meeting was having to restructure and go steadily, step by step, take things in pace. I tend to be like a bulldozer. I just run into activities and hope things will turn out well without organizing things properly. So I had to restructure my day. Yes, I had a timetable, but it wasn't functional. I had to, bring it back to life and put things in order. I had to break the bigger task into more practical steps where I could go from one step to the next. I had to do things bit by bit. I had to, force myself to accept that I could complete just a little today and continue the next day. Because prior to last meeting, I would want to do all that I could do or all that I thought I could do at once. So I had to learn to break things down, go steadily, because one of the things I noted was that steady progress is actually progress. Just the structured people go steadily. It's not going to happen all in one day. So during the time where I would do things pace after pace, I noticed that at the end of the day, I actually did do something rather than when I tried to do everything at once. I was almost everywhere. I would end up being distracted because I'm trying to do multiple things at a time. And I had to learn to delegate. It's especially for someone with my type of temperament, you could be perfectionist sometimes, and I'm not sure you're going to do what I want. Let me just go do it myself. But then there is not enough time, like Mr. Eckbot was saying. For now, there's not yet 32 hours in view per day. So with the 24 hours, you're going to have to sleep. You're going to have to do other things. Then there's life, other responsibilities apart from work. So I had to learn to give some tasks over to other people and maybe teach them how to do it the way it should be done, the way I would prefer it be done. So those were the things that really helped me during this time after the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for Anita Felix for sharing that with us. Yeah, so cutting big things into small sizes. Like our principal will say fondly, how do you eat an elephant? Piece by piece. Piece by piece. You don't carry the whole elephant and try to swallow it. You cut it piece by piece, and within no time you realize that you've made significant progress. So I trust that we have learned a lot already this morning, and even for those who were not here the last time, I believe that just by these conversations, you've been able to get a hold of some things that were discussed. And someone made mention about not being here physically. I think Mr. Eko, last time you were not here physically, but you tuned in. So, of course, the people online, you've heard that. Don't be distracted. You too have equal opportunity to learn. The only thing you're missing is the physical food. Every other thing, you are entitled to participate and learn very much, as we do here in this hall. And I would like to remind us, or just inform us, that with time, the communications, the things that have been taught, these lessons will be available in some form for people to pick up. So from time to time, speak with anyone in Perplex Consulting and ask, oh, please, do we now have the communique from the KBBM series? Something will be available soon for people to hold in their hands or digitally. How many people will be excited to have that? Yeah, so you can always refer to it. You can always go back and say, this was something that I learned that day, and you refresh your memory. And I believe that's going to be a huge blessing to our businesses. So ahead of time, you want to start saying, I need it printed in a book form. Send support. Okay. Yeah, there are many things that will help fast track things. And part of that will be your commitments to seeing that things are done quickly. And you do that by giving your support in whatever form. You can help us, publicize, do certain things. Just do the bits that you can, and we will together make significant progress in this endeavor. God bless every one of us in Jesus' name. We'll soon have the presence of our principal and, of course, the lead pastor of God's Lighthouse Church. And while we are about to welcome him in, I'd like to ask a simple question. Now, you will not expect this question, but I am just asking for asking sake. You are a Nigerian businessman. How many people, don't raise your hand, but think about it, know the national anthem, the new one that was brought back? Think about it. If you went for an interview and you are on live TV and they say, yeah, so you're the CEO of, and say, all right, so can you tell us something about Nigeria We Hail Thee? Think about it. How many people can confidently? Okay, so someone is challenging me. Give the microphone to Miss Precious Abang. God no go shame us. A round of applause for her. Yes, do us the honor.
But sir, you said we don't have to sing it. So.
No, you don't have to sing it. You don't have to. I mean, singing is a gift from God, and not many have it.
Okay. So I should just read out the lyrics.
Yes. By heart.
By heart. Fine.
Yeah.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. That's the first verse.
That's the first one?
Yes.
Okay. That's the first verse. Beautiful. So, you're going to make us say it together. We'll say it after you. So line by line, very quickly. 1, 2, go.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Beautiful. So now, you will be able to tell somebody that in KBBM we learn a lot. You never thought about this one I just did now, but it's important. It's important. As a business person, expect that you will not just be in one shop, especially as you're getting these things and making things better. Your business will expand. You'll come in contact with people that matter. You might realize that in 6 months you're sitting next to a senior advocate of Nigeria discussing something that you can offer. So there are certain things you need to know. So a round of applause this time around for me. I like to have a copy of Business Unlimited so I can quickly show to the people who were not here the last time where it was advertised. So Business Unlimited is a book by J. Gunnar Olsen. And if I should say quickly, it's a story of an ordinary man and his ordinary life, but how he was able to turn it by the help of God into an extraordinary journey that now impacts nations, presidents, kings, business people through godly principles in business. So this book is available for grabs. I think we have limited quantity and it goes for still 15,000 naira. Yeah, 15,000, right? So we haven't increased the price at all. So we are just distributing this to help you. I do not have to say so much. Just grab a copy and you will testify of the content. It is absolutely helpful. It's impactful. The things discussed here will bless you tremendously. So do well to pick a copy at the bookstand there. Remember, for those who just came in and may not have heard, the marriage guide is also available, and more to come as we progress in this and other sessions of our Kingdom Business Breakfast meeting. So every chance you have and whatever content or resource we present to you, trust that we know what we are putting before you. We won't give you anything that will waste your time or you finish going through it and then feel that was just a loss of my little money. No. You can't fully quantify knowledge in terms of cash. You can't really tell that, oh, I'll buy this book for 15,000 naira and then that's what the book is worth. No. Every piece of knowledge you get is far more expensive than whatever you paid to get it. Do we believe that? That's how to think as a business person. Knowledge is power. Even financial power comes through knowledge. There are decisions that we have been making, which if you knew to make better decisions, you would have saved more money or made more money. All right. So without further delay, I want to introduce to us a key person that has enabled this whole gathering, which has existed for months now, multiple sessions, to happen. He's the lead person whom the Lord has used to call us together in this and other settings. Now you have to understand that this is not the only time we have something like this. It's why you have to constantly visit our social media handles, Unperplexed Consulting, Garment Foundation, or just speak with some people who are close to this person I'm about to introduce. So you get updates. There are other settings, including church meetings, where God has been using this vessel to bless people's lives beyond and within the business aspect. So I want to ask that you be expectant as he comes up to share with us. And I speak of no other but our very impactful speaker for today and principal supervisor of Unperplexed Consulting. I had to do this till he comes up. Let's welcome, with better ovation, Pastor Ita Udo of God's Lighthouse Church, Unperplexed Consulting, and the CEO of Garmade Foundation, and a lot more. Also the author of The Marriage Guide. You can do better than that. You can do better than that. Thank you very much, sir, for putting this together. We are honored to have you in our midst.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moses. Good morning. Sorry, I'm dealing with a frozen screen here. Last minute freeze. I'm pleased to be opportune to stand before you again this month. Before we jump straight into rules for life, or better put, rules for Christian business and Christian leadership, for that will be the focus today. I would like for us to consider a brief analysis of how the matter of marriage might impact your rules for life. And in maybe just about 5 minutes or less, I'll point out something. I'd like you to understand that your marriage, probably more than any other thing in your life, will have an impact. And that's not just for the purpose of encouraging you to pick a copy of the marriage guide, but due to the fact that there is a very real necessity for those that are unmarried to establish rules for their life long before they marry. I couldn't stress it enough. Very many people had no structure or order to their life and they got married. I can assure you they arrived with a luggage of pain and trouble. Some of the most disciplined people have gotten married and things seem to fall apart in spite of how disciplined they were. So imagine the one who had no discipline, who had no rules, who had no order. Your marriage experience will reshape everything. If it was bad, it'll get far worse. Now you might say, no, but what if my partner, my spouse is disciplined? Then it might get better. That would be the exception. If two of you are undisciplined, you don't have rules, you don't have any order, get ready for a wild ride. And if they are disciplined and you are one without rules, really, you're going to distort their order, and it's going to be one of the major sources of why they resent you. There'll be a lot of resentment, whether they say it out or not. They'll have and feel a lot of displeasure due to your seeming lack of rules. It is very, very important to build rules. Have some level of protocol. I had quite some order in my life before I married. When I married, I've told the story before. Before I wedded, a pastor in the church we were in was talking with me briefly and asked me about how I would, carry on my life. And the summary, I described to her how my life went. I go to work, come back, go to the room, maybe eat, have a bath, and then have a bath, eat, and sit down and engage myself with something, a book or something, an audio, a video, something. I'll engage myself because I've always been thirsty for knowledge. So that was my day. And I was describing how I thought my married life would be, and she smiled. I can't remember much of what she said, but the summary of it was that what you just said will not happen like that. I didn't understand. But after I got married, I understood that having a second person in the picture changes the dynamics in ways you can't almost even control at all. This is the reality. If you have a plan, look at this. You have a plan, okay, I'll eat by this time, I'll do this by this time, and your spouse delivers the food 1 hour later. What happens to your plan? What happens to everything that was dependent on your eating by 7 if you're eating by 8? What do you think? So if you had a routine, a steady sequence of action, it shakes. Now, of course, there are ways around. You could bring the other thing forward. But it's not as easy as it sounds because you don't know that it will come by 8. It's not like they'll say in Africa, sorry, dinner will be served by 8, not 7. No, you're in limbo. You just float in a space called uncertainty. You don't know when. Is it here? You think, okay, maybe 5 minutes, then 10, then 15, then 20. Then you start saying things like, I wish I knew you would take this come, then I would have. Now, that's a very simple example. It could be the husband that is in this responsible for this scenario. He was to buy some fish on his way from work. He was to leave the office by 4. Normal. Today he had to go out of his way to leave by 4. And due to some set of events, he spent an extra hour with a friend and left by 5. And then before he could navigate traffic and get home, it was 7. And before the fish could be cooked, it's 8. So don't presume it's the wife. It could be anybody. He may have been supposed to send money and he didn't send it on time. If we do not have rules, for life, if we are casual or reckless about the order of our lives, when you marry, it might magnify those insufficiencies. The marriage guide, a 365-day work in that you have short portions available every single day. I can tell you are more or less rules for marriage. And it will really, really help you accomplish a lot of what you have stated as rules for leadership and rules for business and rules for conduct in different places. I would strongly encourage you to get a copy, not a soft copy. Let the young people, let the non-leaders do things like that. Strive to have hard copies of every work you can. Strive to have hard copies whenever you can. There's a time, if you're not earning sufficiently, there are priorities, but if you possibly can, save money to buy a book rather than to snack or give yourself a treat. Treat yourself to books. When you read them, mark them. You can return to them. And remember, you've been told the knowledge sticks harder and more clearly when it's in hard copy. I hope that benefits someone. Ensure that the rules we share become your practice. And practice them as deeply as possible before you marry. You will be shaken to the core. If there was nothing, you're on the wind. If I go into details and start telling you stories of different marriages, and a lot of the trouble they have is simply because one or both of the spouses are extremely indisciplined. They had no rules. In the great day when God judges the secrets of men's heart, or exposes the hidden things, we will see what was behind so much of the troubles in marriage. A lot of it was simply indiscipline, was behind so much of the anger and the pain that led to other things. It was usually that someone feels that the other person is burying them, is trying to destroy purpose in their life. And they may not say it, and some say it, come up plainly and just say, you have been this to me. And at the times we are such people, it's so important that we are not such people. It's so important that we strive very hard to make the effort exceedingly to not be the weak link in the chain. Sometimes I've looked at the times I'm selfish, not wanting to rouse myself and do something, and thinking about how if I had made the effort, how much it would have changed. The ripple effect is so extensive. Unfortunately, many people do not see it at all. They are not even aware. They think their choices are light when they are very weighty. They flow over into the family, affect the children, affect the relatives, affect everybody. You have children who are bitter at their fathers, offended with their mothers because of this very thing, indiscipline. Someone did not order things right, did not communicate properly, all those kinds of things. And the other relative, the in-law, thinks it's an act of aggression by the other one. Meanwhile, it's indiscipline. Only on the great day of judgment will we see how much trouble existed because people had no rules. They went with their emotions per time. At every given time, this is how I feel, so this is what I'll do. And they did not care to put a structure in place. Simply telling people, on these days, at every time I have this event, I will be late because it was prior to this one. That's all. And you keep showing up late. And they keep being offended. Why do you keep coming late? You despise us? Meanwhile, if you just communicated and insisted and reminded and told them, and you're like, sorry. After a while, you stop saying sorry. What would happen if you just told them? And let them know, oh, this is how it is on this day when you have this meeting. You have to expect me late all the time. I'm sorry. I wish I could get out of it, but I can't. If you did that, I'm not saying you showed up on time. I'm saying you showed up late, but all of them would know that if you have no regard for any rule, don't communicate it, you're causing pain. That pain will fester and lead to big trouble because you are not operating by any rule whatsoever. You're just going with your feeling. Enough said. I've taken more than the time I said I would. I hope that won't just encourage you to get marriage guide, but will also encourage you to encourage people whom you know want order in their lives. If you're married already, maybe it matters even more because you're running out of time. Either way, it will help you live a life that is so much more ordered at home. In the last meeting we had, we spoke about rules for life and how to structure your life for maximum efficiency. We emphasized identifying the areas of chaos. I know you've already rehashed that today, so that's fine. Today, I would want to continue by looking at some things that as a leader will give you a huge advantage. A master guide for Christian business and pastoral leadership. Pastoral because it involves overseeing people. But if I'll expand pastoral leadership, in the scriptures, the book of Ezekiel, chapter 34, and the book of John, chapter 10. To understand John chapter 10, you need to look at John chapter 9. And what's the most important thing you'll find there? That leaders are referred to as shepherds. And the word shepherd in the Hebrew, ra, and in the Greek, poimen, means pastor. The word shepherd is pastor. Pastor is shepherd. Now, what's interesting in scriptures is that that's the word used not just for the spiritual leaders, but for the natural leaders. It's very important you get this. The leaders of the people are called pastors. By that, I mean presidents and governors and commissioners in the Nigerian context. The secretary for transport in the United States will be the minister at the federal level. Secretary for education. The secretary is a pastoral position. In God's eyes, He holds them responsible. So it doesn't matter if you are serving in a church or in government. If you're in any authority and your actions affect people below, you are in pastoral leadership according to scripture. Now, am I saying you should go call the PEMSEC pastor? No. This way, please. I'm not saying you should call the commissioner pastor. I'm not saying you should upset the present order of things. I am saying that you should not fail to recognize that if you are in leadership in any civil setting, that God expects you to pay attention to what you're about to hear and practice it. You are not in any way excused. You're the head of a business. If you're the head of a business, you're influencing families directly. You're deciding if children eat, if spouses are happy, if parents are provided for. I could take 1 hour just talking about this, about the weight of responsibility that lies on a business owner, which we don't realize. It will affect your capacity to train and sack and discipline and more that worker. If you're thinking not just about them, but about their family as you're relating with them, you wonder, if I sack them, how will they manage? But I can't work with them like this. I can't manage. That goes on to make you think, maybe I need to train them. What about money? Am I earning enough to be able to make them secure enough? So it matters. It will affect how much you make an effort to earn. Literally, you're thinking, well, my business is enough when it's just me. I'm making enough profit. I'm cool. And then time passes and you go like, no. I'm making enough, but I can't manage this stuff. Things are falling apart. I can't be here every time I shut down to go and get a restock. I need someone else to man the business, the shop, the office front. And you employ someone. Now, if that person doesn't do very well or you don't care to train them, you send them away and you keep swapping people till you think you found the perfect match. Typically someone that was trained somewhere else. Have you considered why they were sacked? Maybe they are good, but they are too good. Do I need to interpret that? Maybe they are good at doing the work, but they are so good they also make themselves shareholders without telling you. They might have light fingers. They steal. They pilfer. And if you've employed someone that ostensibly, overtly is very effective, but is a thieving corporate, what do you have? You have a problem. You have a problem with profit. So what we need to know is that most times you'll have to train your workers and train them effectively. Train them. Now, what do you do? Am I saying you can never send someone along? No, you absolutely can. Absolutely. And there are even businesses and jobs and areas of leadership where you are not even permitted to have the privilege of picking or choosing if you should keep them. There's some you must absolutely send away. Maybe you're working in a hospital. They might kill someone. You don't experiment with people's lives. If you want to train them, if that nurse does not know how to, or that orderly does not know how to carry out simple things, then you have to practice, but not on a human being, not on a patient. You're going to have to practice over and over again and make sure. Now, this is the hard part because it requires sacrifice on your part. You would rather have someone who is already equipped to do the job. But as Christian business people and leaders, what do? It'll take lots of having to talk to God, to require lots of prayer, to require lots of effort. It will be difficult. It will be stressful. It will be challenging. But if we give ourselves to it, strenuously striving, we will, with time, reap some fruit. And then there will be those who do not qualify at all. And you should tell them bye-bye. I would like for us to understand that there is many a person who was taught something about leadership, but what you were taught was wrong. And if what you're taught is wrong and you're practicing it faithfully, you'll have bad results. Among the things that affect what you're taught is the quality or the motive, the quality of the intention of the one who taught it. People have different ends in mind. What's the goal? If all the goal is money, and this is the popular slant in a lot of the material out there, it's money. How much money can I possibly make? How much money can I possibly make? If you can't make money from something, some people will tell you, don't even waste your time. But if you go beyond that and think like a true leader, a shepherd, you're going to go beyond money and think of the well-being of the people. What will assist their well-being? Their well-being. When the matter is well-being, it's very different. You approach business differently. When you employ someone into your workplace, you're thinking of how to train them to be good at it. So training is in the mind, like a form of discipling. In Christianity, they call it discipling. That should be the mindset we have. And I hope this will influence every other thing you will hear or practice in your life. It's important to start as a leader with God. Christians call it quiet time, morning devotion, whatever you call it. I hope everyone here has had a time when you were bothered or agitated or whatever, and as you spend time quiet before God, reading the Bible, praying, praising, some things began to clear up. That is how you should start the day. It will influence the rest of the day. There's something about just honoring God and showing up before Him, like someone saying, here I am reporting for duty. Second, you have to schedule what is important and remove the constraints so you can deliver visible value. What's important? What is actually important? Yes, there are things you would like to do, which is not wrong to have such a plan. Who can give me an example of something that was important for today? That one's really easy. General fell. Okay. Something that was really important for today was to be in KBBM. And I believe people here made adjustment to be here. Good. And what was really important when I asked that question was to answer it. Now you're thinking, well, what does it mean? What I mean is this: when a question is asked, you can either answer it, yes, not answer it. Pay attention. Thank you for the chance to illustrate. Not answer. What else? Answer it wrongly. Yes. That's not English. What does answer in your head mean? You didn't answer. So it's under not answering it. Well, if answering wrongly is an option, how do you not know answering rightly is an option? How can the one be without the other? You have the right hand without the left. So if answering wrongly is an option, answering rightly is immediately an option. Those were the 4 things I had immediately. I was hoping you'd give me more. Mumbling is also answering wrongly, even though it's a variant. Mumbling the answer, not answering clearly. That's a form of answering it poorly. Which is a variant of answering it wrongly. And that means under answering rightly, it could mean saying the right thing. That's the proper answer. And speaking clearly. Now, no matter how correct you are, if it's not heard, it's nothing. It's equal to not answering it. Sometimes it's worse than not answering it because it might make the teacher or whoever is instructing you more confused than if you had said nothing. I've been in that situation a number of times in my life. Now, again, you're still wondering, what's all this? Oh, what all this is that you face these options every single day. Scheduling the important and removing constraints. We live through this consistently. It's like a set of computer code, binary, back and forth. We don't even realize it. Your head is doing this all the time. To cross, not to cross. To cross the road, not to cross. To cross now, to cross later. Do I go now? Do I go later? And your mind runs through options. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, now, if you don't form the habit of actually learning to identify what's most important in some sequence, you'll do everything and anything. And let me tell you, among the things that will be happening to you, you'll find out that you thought you had done a whole lot, but it's not appreciated. You didn't do the important. You did not do the important. Is mopping the parlor important? Absolutely. Is mopping the parlor when it's time to eat important? Yes, no? No. Because the timing, importance changed with time. You don't agree? You were coming for KBBM. On the way, you were with your brother. You had an accident. He's bleeding from his leg. Coming for KBBM is more important. Let him bleed out till after the meeting. I said time and event change important, scheduling, and so on. Now, 99% of the time, those schedules may work out, but there are exceptions. At all times, in small things, because if you can't do it with the small things, you'll find it hard to do it with the big things. So what are the small things? An example, you ask a question in class, and the teacher asks a question. It's important it be answered. It's really unimportant that you join the rest of your class and keep quiet and stare. That doesn't give you any favor whatsoever with that teacher. If in the future you do a test and it's over 10 and you scored poorly and the teacher knows your name and knows you're the one who makes an effort and you had 5 and they are entering your scores. You had 4 over 10 and they're entering your scores. And there's a possibility of adding 1 mark within the ambit of the teacher's prerogative. This one, try. 49. I'll make it 50. He tried. But you're amongst the teachers already irritated a class that does not talk. Gladly give you your 49. You felt it. I'm sure you think this does not happen in real life. It happens all the time. People give people the benefit of doubt based on the past. Your past will always matter. Now, if you have not formed a habit of doing what is considered important by the person or the situation you are in, you just think all things are equally important or unimportant per time, you will also see that this will not make for good leadership. I mean, who's to copy you? Always remember this with leadership. Always ask yourself, would you want anyone copying you in everything? If you absolutely would not, then why on earth are you doing it? Would you want to be copied? You lead by example. 1 Peter chapter 5. You lead by example. So if you're not giving an example, what are you doing? You're mumbling all the time. All your children will grow up mumbling. Mumbling will be the mumbling house. Mumbling manner. Mary's manner of mumbling. Minors. So no one is ever hearing. Everybody's always shouting. Everybody's angry all the time. Or things are always misfired. I say, I told you, I didn't hear what you said. And I'm tired of asking you what you said. These are realities that happen to people. Schedule what is important. Even the small things. What's important in a 10-second span. That's what I have been saying. Not only for the whole day. Per time, per event, per situation. Which side of the road is important to walk on? The side facing the oncoming traffic. So, I'll cross the road right now. I won't walk half the distance I'm going, then cross the road. Schedule it. Always do it at once. Come out of the house, cross the road at once. Come down from the vehicle, cross it at once, and commence. Schedule it. Do the important thing. Do it at once. To say hi or not to say hi. You've been there. To greet that auntie, that uncle, right now, or wait till later, and then later at some point when I come across them in the crowd. Has this not happened to you? And you wish later you went straight to them and greeted before you mixed with the crowd. Because when they get you, they are saying things like, you have no idea. You may have missed 20,000 naira as a student. You may have just missed that. He may have planned as he saw you, want to give something. He may not even have decided to refuse to give you. He may have simply forgotten. You never appeared. They saw you at the door. You saw them. You got busy smiling with your friends. You didn't schedule what's important. It's far more. You left those friends. You know that you saw them this morning. You haven't seen that relative for 1 year. So I've made a beeline straight for them and given on a way to you. So I've said, I saw your podcast online. So do you have donuts? All right, I want to have a Patreon account. I'll give you some. That may have been the whole plan. None of it may have happened. I know this is a selfish reason, which is terrible. I hate using these kind of examples, but I'm hoping to get across to it. Most human beings are selfish. So I need something selfish. You didn't schedule the important. Are you understanding? And I'm using these examples to show you how these are decisions you have to make fast. Fast. Because if you're like me, I will. And then later, oh dear me, I didn't do this thing which I was to do. Oh my. And they are gone. I once saw a younger cousin of mine. She's younger than me. Young. Small. I was in university when she was a small girl. Like, tiny. But she's grown up, of course. She was in her 20s. And I hadn't seen her for a long time. And we're walking in the field with other relatives, it's some occasion. She's walking. Now she's still a distance, so we couldn't engage. But I cannot understand how at some point we passed ourselves. For whatever reason, I don't know what was up with her. She didn't come greet me. And by the time I realized, where is, and she had passed. I don't know if that might not have strained our relationship in some way, because I did wonder, why would she not come say hi? And she might wonder that, oh, my uncle despised me, or my big cousin, overlooked me or pretended he didn't see me. It was one of those things where you're like, and then it slips. Scheduling what is important, what's the most important at the time, something we must practice. Okay? I think it bears saying a lot. Identify what's constraining you. Deliver visible value. When we go in deeper, you're going to find out more details on this. I've already spoken on building people, coaching them, and preparing people that can do what you do. Extremely important. And then you need to track this thing. As Christians, you have to track it with. These rules help you track, things. So let's touch one. If you're writing, the altar should be before your agenda. I already began to speak about it. Seek the Lord first. Now, like all our meetings, practicality is the focus. I don't want to give you ideas you already know. What are we going to do about this? We know this. So what? Every morning, at least 30 minutes to an hour or more, because of the kind of Christians I'm dealing with, should be given to seeking God. That would include the time you spend privately and the one you spend corporately with others. If you understand this, cut out that time. 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 12, 1. Let there be a block of time, a segment of time when you come before the Lord. And do this every single day. Part of how I've helped myself accomplish this is that I don't eat before doing this. And there are days I ate by 4. Now that's a habit I in the last, because I became quite guilty of allowing myself to get engaged with many other things before appearing before the Lord. And by that, I mean there's a corporate appearance, then there's a private. But I became quite guilty. And I was very disciplined for very many years in the past. But that's an example of what I meant. Doesn't matter how thorough you are in your rule keeping. You can be shaken. How much more when you had no rule? How much more? So, there have been times when, and to my shame, I'm not talking about a few times, talk about whole periods, swats of time. What a swat of time is? SWATES. Swat of time. Large swats of time. Could be many months. Because of when you've been a Christian for a very long time, you're kind of assured of certain things. You've learned to have access. You come to the place where you are, well, this is what it is, and I will handle it as I will handle. I want you to understand that we are supposed to ensure that we spend time with God every single day. Do it quietly. Learn from me. Don't go into business first. Now, very few people have my life, okay? I had a number of things. I had a church. I had a consulting firm, which has a legal arm. So sometimes I'm looking through legal documents. It has a marketing arm, so I'm engaged in marketing strategy. I'm looking at videos, I'm approving, I'm suggesting, I'm amending, I'm editing. They're telling me this, I'm saying no, change that, all of that. And also deals with project management. We handle projects for people. All that under the consulting arm. So you could break it into 3 in addition to pastoring. In addition to that, I oversee the publishing outfit 2. Actually, one is Christian for Christian content, another is non-Christian, just for any client. We're editing books, we are designing graphics, we are ghost writing, we're doing all of that. In addition to that, we also oversee an agency that provides housekeepers, and we are providing domestic services, including cleaning and maintenance and beautification and the like. Support systems, domestic support systems, cooking, and so on. So we are staffing, we are acting as agents for people that need workers. There are about 3 other businesses. I head a farm, and we provide all the stuff. Now, again, what does this do? Why is this important? This is extremely important because I don't wake up with the mindset of like, okay, let me go to work. I don't go to work. Work comes to me, and it comes from multiple directions, and it's all bombarding me. So I am saying no excuse. I'm not giving an excuse. After all, I've heard that Martin Luther would say, today I am so busy, I can't pray for 1 hour, I have to pray for 2. You have never heard this. He said, I'm so busy, I'll be so busy today, I have to pray double the time. I'll spend more time praying than I do on a normal day when I'm less busy. Let's presume it's the truth, it happened. But that's a perspective I desire to enter into. And maybe I've experienced it a few times, refusing to get. However, I'm saying that with time I got guilty, and I'll say, okay, let me just attend to this 1 or 2 busy things. Then I'll get on my knees. Let me just. And because there are so many, like a spider web, when you pluck one string, it vibrates. You know how a spider web works? The spider web works, that spider is attuned to all the webs, those spiders that build those kinds of webs, and when a fly or anything hits a particular angle on the web, it knows immediately, the vibration goes to it, and it heads that way. So I feel the vibration from very many things. Some people feel a vibration from one line. I have to be at work by 8, okay? You have one line of vibration. And this did contribute to my becoming quite guilty of saying, let me just respond to this vibration. Oh, well, okay, let me do this one other, and this other vibration. Then, of course, there are 10 more, but oh dear me. Oh dear, this looks really important. This vibration, and so on. And then, instead of praying by, and you should have praying, you're praying late. So I hope this will benefit people who in the future might be extremely busy. And I'm warning you, try from when you are feeling only 1 or 2 vibrations to have order. Because when you feel vibrations, I'll tell you for free, you become a mother, become a father. You're not feeling the vibration of food. It's a vibration of food and baby food. The vibration of food and baby attention and children. Vibration of food and rent. Food, rent and children. Then they start going to school. School fees is added. So all this is coming to you. And your mind starts saying, God will understand. Please, you constantly presume God will understand everything. And that's the warning. God understands. God understands. God understands that there have been people before you who had all those responsibilities and found a way to navigate. But again, you can see with me why it is really pitiful to have one vibration. Example, it happens mostly with students. Most of you're not students here really, but you have one line of vibration, your academics and your spiritual development. No rent. No, some have to pay rent. They have to work, but if you are complaining and grumbling and murmuring when you have one line vibrating or two, please, what will you do when they are 14? Some are doing it at once. All in my world. It just vibrates all over. So I tell people, don't criticize leaders casually. People that are the center of multiple, that are leaders over leaders. Don't casually criticize them. I mean government types and all that. I'm not saying they shouldn't be critiqued. I'm saying don't casually do so. Don't do it from a place of, I would never do that. No, many of you would be worse. The streets would be more messed up and all that. Because you can't take care of a small space. Who tells you can take care of a state and keep a finger on the pulse of multiple projects? If a simple project like deliver food, it's your duty to serve food, is falling apart. Really, you have to humble yourself and agree that maybe you would be an absolute disaster. But we are here not to discuss disasters, but how to avoid disasters or remedy hurricanes, disasters that have already occurred. Put the altar before your agenda. Before you put the list of things for the day. It's from the place. What I do, it will happen to you. So have a notebook. Have something by you. And jot down as you're praying. There's a booklet that we will be putting out. I'm sorry we've been so busy with different projects. It ought to have been available today. One of our people had a sample which I admire very much. I'd like us to I'm planning to team up with her. This is one of those things, It should have been existent for a month now. But and it was further to some of the meetings we had here. And it's a booklet with the list of things to do, the daily planner, and so on. And so we will put out something here, which I challenge you to pick a copy of. Pick a copy of. It will go hand in hand with this. This is a calendar, a monthly calendar, but it's a flexible one. Are you zooming in? It's a flexible one. It has. Do you have it? He has it. So it's going to go up on the screen. No need to send him a copy so he'll project it. When you have it, you throw it out there. But he'll have a month and days. Now, there are no numbers or days. Nothing's written here. So that you can write it in yourself every month. You think that's good? Do you understand what I'm saying? Now you have this in your house. Okay? You have this and it's there for service. So if the new month starts on Tuesday, you write first, second, third. Just look at your device. Look at another calendar. Fill it out. Then you list the things, the major things that you have to do for the month. I hope this is clear. Same thing, All right, so some will have 2 sides. You could hang it up and have 2 months. Students, workers, invaluable. Have you ever had something you didn't remember? I fixed a meeting for this morning during the same time earlier with a client of ours, and it had slipped my mind. I already had another appointment. I think later on I remember the third one. And that can happen if you're not looking at the calendar right in front of you, not remembering. for whatever reason. These are the things that seem simple. So this will be something worthwhile. I think there's copies there, just about 80 copies. The first set of people that will ask for it. There are different packs. There's the one with just one, like this, with this. So this is what you write with. You fill out your, it's a simple, neat pack. It has a small duster, and felt pens. You write out what the planning. So this, you say this is December. And then, presume Tuesday is what day is the 1st of December? The Thursday? Is it? Should you speak without knowing what you're saying? So, the first. So I'm writing there the first, the second, the third. So you can write that. You can use different colors. You could color code. You could say church activities Wednesday. You could say Bible study. But if you're like me, we color code. The color itself could be the information. Do you understand that? Green could just show that. You could just use asterisk. There's a green today. There's a green this other day. You have a client to meet. Client meet. And so on. And you could just take care of a lot. You could take KBBM. Now there are different kinds of sets, okay? There are different kinds of sets. When you go there, you see the detail. You want to zoom in? But I think that for as low as 2,000, you could get one set. It's laminated. You can use this forever. Now, when you're done with that, there's another set that is 3,500. One is 5,500. One is 9,500. That one has 12 calendars. Like I'm going to take 12. Like I'm going to fill out my whole year ahead. Write out more. So you could have 3 covering 3 months. You have 6 covering half of the year. Do you understand? Yeah, so it's different things. Okay, my hand is tired. I have no idea of what you guys are doing. Can your hand become tired? Thank you. Now this is small eraser. So it goes off. I had wanted to zoom into I could erase and show you how easily it comes off. Small velvet eraser, and it just wipes off. And so you could use that over and over again. And you never need to be at the mercy of looking for a calendar. It is a work calendar. It's for writing out plans. Let me write a little more while they are arriving. Okay, so let's presume the people in the hall. I'm sorry for those online. You can look at it later, some way. But they'll grab a picture and stick on it. Okay, but that would be an example. So you have that. Now I'm going to erase, and you do a simple thing like that. I say, oh, it's no longer December. It's This is the if you put a little water, comes off. Now it's off already, but it's colored, which we don't want. We don't want it looking and sorry, to be honest, tissue does the same thing. Okay? Tissue, anything comes off perfectly white. Alright, so this will really serve you. Okay, so I'm encouraging you to, if you can't afford it, at least book it. You can't afford it today, book it. Get one, get 3, get 6, get 12. Have an office, lay it all out. You have space on your wall. If you have a room corner, get one, put on your wall. Put the things there. When that month is over, wipe out the things that are not needed and do another and keep doing that. You know, learn to order your life. The other booklet, I'm talking about the jotter that lays out plans for the day. You know, you fill it out. Now there are 2 ways for those who don't feel they can afford to keep buying it. Use a pencil. Okay? Use a pencil, then later erase it and redo. Now it's big enough to carry you probably for a year. Some might be for a month. Your plan, like today and tomorrow, you write in the day, but it's a jotter. A small A6 size thing. Write in. This is what I'm doing today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You'll notice that your life will just become more productive. And I'm challenging and insisting everybody here in KBBM will do it. There are some people, I will not make these suggestions to. Those that are leaders in the areas that we are leaders in. I have any alliance with you. These are not options. Do it. Do it. Maybe by the next KBBM, you'll come with yours and we'll look at it. That's almost certainly what's going to happen. You'll come and show me. I'll flip through. Okay. So today you had to do this. Now if there are these gaps, you have to explain why your life is blank. And I'll likely ban you from being here because it means you're just occupying seats. We are not, you do know, many of you have seen me as a pastor, you know we are practical. We are not in theory. We can't do theory. The earth is full of hearers that don't do anything. KBBM is a place to raise and equip leaders. That's why it's also for students. While they might not be here, but why we will make it available online is because we want people to become what God intends them to be. Not theoretically, actually. Want them to become skilled individuals. And as time passes, whatever you're doing, you do it better than others. You do it better, maybe, because they too are reading, they too are studying. Some of them have been doing things like this for years already. But sometimes we Christians, we just go like, well, God will handle it. God will make a way. This is the way He's making. I hope you understand. This is the way. We're in the desert, rivers of living water are flowing right now. It's usually in your brain that is the desert area, and it's there that the water needs to flow. Are you hearing? Yes, the wisdom that the Spirit gives. So, in all of this, I apologize to the person watching this and saying, I know all of this already and I've been practicing for 10 years. The Bible says those of you which are strong should bear with the weak. Yes? Good. Thus shall scriptures be fulfilled in your life. Amen. As you're kneeling to pray, who does it happen to? You hear all kinds of things in your head. I was to do this. Write it down. Write it down. Write it down. So that's what that booklet is for. What to do, what to do, what to do. At the end of the day, you tick it off. Pencil will save you money seemingly, but actually, using a pen is better. Get used to filling out things, seeing what you do as you're crossing them off, ticking up. The next day, oh, you'll be amazed. And I'll show you again. This is what's going to happen to you at the end. You go like, why didn't I do this? You know, many of you are going to have that feeling. Let me say this for those that are still students. Why you don't feel this as much is because as a student, you are operating within an existing structure already. So what happens to you is that you think that your life is structured, but it's an imposed structure. You have not tasted the tyranny of freedom. Again, as a worker who has to show up by 8 and all of that, if you're working in an office where everything's laid out and it's hard and fast, a lot of what I'm saying during your work hours is easy. Take note of where chaos reigns. It's when you come up from under strictures where there are hard and fast rules. Those are the places we always have trouble. Those are the places. Now, next level, become a boss. Then in your workplace, it is like those your down times. That's 7, 8 o'clock, 6, 7, 8, that you always chaos reigns. Yes? When you become a boss, that happens to you from morning. Now, when you become a bigger boss, the higher you go, the worse it becomes. The more you are free to do or not do. You can say, I'm not going anywhere today. I'll off my phone and lie down on the bed. And you will lie down on the bed. You will not believe what you can do. So the younger you are, the more you're under rigid systems. School, the more they're dictating for you what to do. Come, go, you have a test, you have an exam, you have a term paper, you have to run around. But when that is not there, let's say you don't have a job and you're being fed, bad ideas take root. So let us follow structure in seeking God thoroughly, even before you start any planning. And if the ideas come, just shut down. Just write in one word. I was to do something with KBBM. Don't try to do it then. Just write KBBM. Oh dear me, I was owing Angelina. Just write Angelina debt. Oh, some of you write sentences. You're so indisciplined. Stop writing sentences while you're kneeling down to pray. Don't write out the plan. Who has been guilty? Don't write out the plan. Write down 2 words. Write down 1 word. Ikpaunam woman. That's Bomo woman. And Bomo is better than Ikpaunam because it's shorter. Are you hearing me? KPOMO. Bomo woman. Not Bomo only. You may forget if you're somebody you want that Bomo. I want to eat Bomo. Why did I write this Bomo? Bomo woman. Bomo lady. Sounds simplistic. Very important. Don't plan them. Just write it. Don't let the altar be interfered with. I repeat for the umpteenth time. It gets worse. The more authority you have. The temptation to address it gets worse and worse. Don't dishonor God by bringing business before Him. When you're on your knees, do not dishonor Him by doing work. Many have struggled for years. You've heard me tell stories, possibly. I would never answer my phone. I still don't. I would never take a call in church meetings. I would never look at it. There's nothing like I went out, I saw. Never. I was extremely disciplined in that area. I still am. I still never. However, I don't even bring my phone. However, in personal time, when you're not on that project, leave me, who has been that disciplined for 20-something years, could be tempted not to interrupt my time of prayer much. It may have happened I don't know. But that, okay, I postpone the time of prayer so I can, do you understand? I found myself, okay, let me do this so I don't. And that one thing after another, let me just respond to this. Let me just do this. Let me just do this. And let me just do this. And let me just do this. If I had practiced such discipline for so many years, and then I could stumble so badly, I can assure you, brothers and sisters, that if you've been indisciplined already, I'm sorry. Go to war. Okay, I just declared war. Vision charter. Write out what it is you believe you are called to do in business and ministry. And let me tell you why this. If you can step back to the cover page. It's a master guide for Christian business and pastoral leadership. While I expanded the meaning of pastoral leadership, this training is specifically to point out to someone who believes they have a calling to some form of ministry. And I know all of you here do. You're in that class already. You believe you have a spiritual calling also. Now, how do you marry your responsibility in the field with that in the temple? Yes? No need to redefine that. Is there anyone here that doesn't understand field and temple? Okay, I don't have to throw anyone out. Good. So, yeah, because you would be unworthy to be here if you don't know this. So the field and the temple. So this is a master guide, a general guide. How can you marry the two realms? And the first thing we looked at is altar, temple. Now, temple service is a bit different from your private life, but still, the private temple, you as a temple, comes first. Why? Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven. And then there's food and clothing matters. Field. Those are field matters. Always him first. 2, and I've stressed that you shouldn't don't make it flexible. That was the mistake I made. I made it flexible. Okay, maybe later I will. No, now I trust myself. I'll not even eat with it. So what are you saying? Don't make it flexible. Make it rigid. Make it rigid like a child. The way they used to stress it. Make it rigid. If you have already developed this flexible devotion time, make it hard. What I mean is better you didn't have enough sleep. Wake up you slept for only 2 hours, 3. Wake up and pray. Then go and sleep again. Make it rigid. That's the counsel I give you after years of experimentation. Make it hard. A non-negotiable. Second, have a vision charter. Write a plain picture of the future. What do you see that you want? Now, immediately, this brings us to, but I don't know what God want me to do. No problem. So write down what you think He's wanting you to do. I mean business and ministry wise. You note it down. It's not that hard for some people. If you're working in any office, you're serving in any church, in any area at all, look at how it would be with you walking in that area in the future. The future of you walking there. I work with the intercessory team. So that means you might be an intercessor. Okay, how would that work? That would involve being willing to bear any burden that God gives you, to carry it in prayer, to offer incense on the behalf as a son of Levi, to appear at fixed times before the Lord, to execute any intercessory burden He gives you. That's something. Business-wise, whatever field, you're a tailor to sew in a way that brings pleasure to the one who ordered it and gives me opportunity to bring understanding, to be skilled, to learn, to earn from it, to meet the needs of myself and those with me, but also not become greedy. And so on. I mean, you have something. You could have that. Break that down into more details if you like, but that's a picture of the future. That's something you have put together. Now, you are not there. Okay? You do not yet sow as well as you can sow. You are not yet praying or carrying burdens as you can. You're putting the future before you. For all who know me, you know you must be extremely open to any adjustments God will bring along the way or upgrades. So with that intercessory responsibility, you may now add an evangelistic responsibility. You have to be willing to do. You don't say, no, that was not my plan. That was not my vision charter. You can't tell God that. You must do whatever He says. And understand that these are not different things. They are all part of one thing. All the different pieces and the seasons and times of life that you cooperate well with are taking you to one place. Draft a single page 36-month vision with 3 outcomes. And this is almost specific to the people seated here. 36 months is how long? A 3-year plan. This will be a big deal. Just write that down. Draft a 1-page 36-month vision with 3 different outcomes. And the first steps you take. And you're going to share this vision with at least 2 people. So we are going to work this out. If we finish on time today, some people can start. I'll agree to be one of the people you're sharing with, and you pick somebody else. Of course, you can guess what role they will serve, maybe to help you be accountable and to follow through. Yes? No? 3-month, 3-year plan, not 1 year. Where you're aiming to be in 3 years. Now you say, oh no, 1 year. Don't worry. When I was a child, I talked like a child. But it also lets you know that it will be big stuff. The mindset is almost like destiny. So the plan you write is like destiny. It's not like next week's what you'll be doing by next year. This time, where do you see yourself? I don't care where you want to see yourself. Where do you see you will be when the trumpet sounds? That's more of like, it's like, what would you be doing? Have I helped? Good. So, 36-month vision. What will be the result? Those are the outcomes of that vision that you're seeing. Like, how will you be? What will be? And 3 different outcomes, not one. Don't make one convoluted sentence that says a strong, impactful individual. Don't even try it. Just don't bother. None of that is of interest here. You've done all that before when you were more confused. No, it's going to be metrics that can be accounted for. You're going to say this. I will be an individual who does this consistently every day, every week. This is how I'll be with this. In this area, I'll be this how I'll be, and this area, I'll be this. Okay. Now, it doesn't mean those will be the only outcomes. I'm just asking for 3. Okay. 1 page, 36-month vision. And then you're going to share it. Now, I could stop here and we use the rest of the meeting to do that, but no, let's put down some more things. And you'll have 2 weeks between now and the end of the year to put these things together and have it clear. You'll have time to pray about it. You'll have time to press in about it. By the beginning of the year, you should have. So I know we would prefer to have something before the year begins, so you start the year with strength, but I'm hoping I've trained you better. If you started tomorrow with strength, it would be good too. So it's better to sharpen the axe, yes? So let's sharpen the axe. So if it ends up, let it be that by the next KBBM, before the next KBBM, there will be clarity for all of us here. And know that it's not only you. We have people online and we're going to have many people. And many of you, why I would want you to go first, because people will come to you. Some of you will be assigned to work with people on these things. Yes? Those that have been trained the most. Some of you are going to be people's accountability officers. So we will be mutually enabling to each other. The next thing is a purpose roles. Purpose roles. You see, there are 21 rules, and I hope that we can look at least at 7 today. Now, would I want to look at 21? Yes. But to do that, we would have to fix another meeting to accomplish that. It won't be possible now. We can take a break and have a second session. But we will aim to be done in about 20 minutes, hoping that can have breakfast, and then in 25 minutes or 20 minutes we are back on, and we see what we can do. Purpose roles map names your roles and the victories you had in each quarter. By that, I mean that you identify what it is you were supposed to do. Your purpose. Yes? For a period of time. You're going to list them out. 4 to 6 roles. Write that down. 4 to 6 roles. And then add there something that you won. Something that you achieved. The wins. What new thing did you achieve? What new victory? Let's say you mumble. Your purpose is to communicate things, and you habitually do not speak clearly. People are always saying, I didn't hear you. So what's the win you're aiming for? You speak clearly. This is the goal. Nobody says sorry. Nobody. You say today. Nobody will say, I didn't get that. And you're noting it throughout the day. And you're speaking clearly, and you're speaking clearly, and you're speaking clearly. When you want to speak, you prepare to speak. Then you say, could I please have the salt? You see, it forces you to prepare the words in your head before saying it. And not keep your mouth as though you're hiring a crane to open it properly. Salt. Salt did what? Give me. Oh. No, you might as well have just said, can I please have the salt? Could you pass me the salt? Okay, you don't know English like that. Give me the salt, please. Please give me the salt. It's to your right. Don't presume the person knows. Because the answer you got was, I'm not with your salt. Or you didn't give me any salt. So when I'm speaking about clarity, remember of speech, but also of intent. It has to be clear. The intent has to be clear. There's some salt, you're right. Could you pass it to me? And then you said it once, and you said it clearly. And you notice people are not irritated or always saying, sorry. And things happen faster because instead of saying it 2 to 3 to 4 times, you said it once. You just saved a whole 13 seconds of life. Now picture mopping up 13 seconds 70 times in a day. That's a lot of time. Purpose roles. What roles are you to carry out? What are the measurable wins? What can you measure? What role did you carry out today? Carry out the role of being the head of a unit, a department in your workplace, in your wherever it is. Okay, you're the head of a household. And you moved around your household for the first time. You looked around. You noticed we need to clean this place. I'm going to look at all the dirty places. You observe it, and then you went around having it cleaned. You said, I need 2 people, please, days after devotion, to help me. You need to move some things. And you went there and you moved it. Ooh, that's a win. Write it down. That was a win for today. That situation has been there for 13 months. You just changed it. The next day, have another. What's your purpose for today? So 4 to 6 roles you carry out. Different ones of us carry out different roles in our lives. Are you winning? Are you doing what needs to be done? Or there's nothing to be done? Well, nobody told me to do anything now. I've been here now. You have no role. You're just floating around. Like flotsam and jetsam. You should not. You can't be tossed around. There has to be a rule. What's happening today? I'm going to engage with this person. I'm going to complete this project. I'm going to start and finish something. I'm going to just finish something I started. I will do it. I will not do this or that till I do it. I must win it. All of you here know the feeling of winning after being defeated. You know that feeling. Imagine living on that high permanently. Some people don't understand some of the most driven people in this world. I'm not talking about Christians. I mean people that accomplish great things. They are driven. They are addicted to winning things. The feeling of, I made the iPhone. I've made a car that can drive itself. That's the high people that invent have lived on. You don't have to be an inventor. You can be a housewife, a homemaker, and you are conquering. You know, I got the soup ready by 12 instead of 7 p.m. 12 noon. Glory. The angels are singing. Hallelujah. 12. You are having a bath by 12:30. The kitchen was clean. 12:31. You had finished, washed up. You walk on air. That feeling. Now do it once and you can't understand what I'm saying till you've done. When you do it, you're going to feel as though that thing you feel is how people feel when they take cocaine. Now, there's this strange thing that happens when you conquer. You suddenly feel you can do anything. You're like, where them? Bring a challenge here. I'm going to take it down. And the truth is, yes, there's a rollover effect. Yes, when a person has won it, why does it seem as though certain warriors, as though it's taken for granted that they go to battle and come back alive? Why? What's this guarantee David's mighty men have? Others are dying. Is it that they are not fighting? Are they hiding behind? No. When you have won a battle before, then you won another one. It does something to you, as though you're being reconstructed. You achieve a certain sense of invincibility, as though nothing can conquer you. It is just what it is. That's what victories do to people. Adam named one animal, then he named another, then he named another, then he named another. You're on what they call a roll. In sport, they call it the zone. You enter the zone. Then the guy's hands on that ping pong are moving like pa 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 pa. He just keeps going, you know. But who knows that if you miss the first one, then it seems like as though you have a streak of losses. That's usually what happens to us. Many times we fell and fell. This is why we fell. We fell because we are unused to victory. We feel a sense of failure. And then we beat ourselves into the ground and say, why deceive myself? Students, it happens to them all the time. I fell. Then they fell more courses. Then they fell more courses. Then they conquer some. Then they conquer more. Then they conquer more with what people go from struggling with F's and D's to having A's and B's steadily. Same individual. Yeah, someone will say, well, I thought it was after you prayed. And I'm a pastor, so you take it from me that I know the power of spiritual, supernatural intervention, and we've seen it so many times. Yes. But also, I would like to say that many things that we achieve supernaturally can be lost naturally, okay? So the sustaining of it, even though there was a supernatural intervention that may have helped push and trigger, the sustenance of that winning streak comes from the individual cooperating with it. And that's usually why we fail and go back to our old ways. Is that sustaining part that is hard. Jesus told someone he healed. He said, be careful, or a worse thing will come upon you. He didn't say, now that I've healed you, you're permanently well. No. Many people think that, and they go like, I thought you said God helped you. He did. He did, but she squandered it. He squandered it. We must maintain our wins. Note down the different roles you carry out. I walk here. These are the different roles I carry. These are the things I do. I walk here. I do this. I am supposed to be doing this. These are the things that are within the purview of my responsibility. Note it down. After you note it down, then identify the things in those different areas that when you achieve it, How do you know you have been an effective secretary? What's the proof? What's the win? What's the metric? No, well, what is the thing you do? I gave you an example with someone who is handling cooking. Gave you an example with someone who, I am supposed to handle the office. That means I'm supposed to be there by 7:30 in the morning to tidy up and all that. Or I tidy up in the evening before I leave. Then I come in the morning, just wipe the tables. I already swept in the evening before leaving. Wipe the tables, make sure the dust that may have settled overnight is gone. I check the bathroom. I do that. That's your duty. You do that and then you do it in time. You're not running past your bosses, your superiors at that time. So you can fix it. That I've accomplished that 5 minutes before the time, had time to wipe my face, wash my hands, arrange things for a certain thing. That you do that. Oh, you're supposed to send in your report. Good that you sent in your report at the time, before the time that was expected. They told you 8 p.m. You've always tried to do it. You always submit 9, 10 or the next day. And you tell yourself the win will be that I'm done by 7 p.m. How can you possibly, when you close work by 6, you can possibly achieve it by, someone tell me? So she says recording whatever activity she does per time. Someone says setting an alarm. You finish work by 6. You'll succeed. I'm finishing by 7 by these things you're saying. Maybe. In some way, but not really. Alarm is not the issue. Because you realize that you require at least 2 hours to put it together. For 1 hour, 10 minutes of focused attention. You start writing the report from early on in the day. You don't start when you're writing the report the day. The alarm goes off by 10 in the morning and you wrote the first part of the report. Resumed work by anybody? Only some people answer me. The rest of you, am I speaking too fast? Did you get the point? If you didn't, say no. I am saying that the way you're going to finish that report by 7 o'clock is that you started writing the report by 9 a.m. Don't start by past 6 when you close work. Start in the morning of the day. Start at once. Don't wait till 6. Who has written in a journal? Don't you struggle to remember the things that happen when what? If you were writing during the day on and off, would you struggle? No. Just finish speaking to this time about this and that. Done. You're adding sentences. By the time it's 7, you'll be done in 10 minutes. By the time it's 6 o'clock, you'll be done in 10 minutes. Because your report was if you got very busy for 3 hours, they wasn't space. So always end a period of activity with writing part of the report. In this day of AI, when you finish that, take that, throw into the mail, an AI and tell it, arrange this, use the normal format. Anybody? Is this envy or you don't? You don't seem to wonder, how can we just agree like that? Oh, I didn't even know this. It's well. I'm sure everybody understands. Yeah, so your report is no longer a project, the Hoover Dam. Like you're building a dam. Like massive, terrifying. No! People are wondering, how do you send your report when you send it? You start writing in the morning, 9. You wrote again by 11:30. You wrote again by 1. You wrote as you were eating. You were just adding piece after piece after piece after piece. You just wrote conclusion. This was accomplished. You're done. You don't even feel it. Anything done. Look at this book. How did I write a book that has 365 entries? Amongst the different things. 1. There was a plan. You come up with a major category. Many times I didn't know, since it's a spiritual book. And I start talking about the origins of marriage. I thought you'd be one day, the origin of marriage. I thought it would be just origin of marriage. Then I'll move to something else. But after I wrote the maker's original thought, the next thing, What was the original partnership? Anybody would think it was husband and wife. No, it was man and God. Okay. Then by the third, okay, the original matchmaker, the original, the one who did the first joining, brought people together. It wasn't a father and mother, it was God. So, yeah, now the ball is rolling. So what are all the other originals? Are you understanding? So you may not even know. It's not like I had this clear plan. And when I was done with that, the original service, original authority, original fruitfulness, original rules, original, then I'm looking for every other original thing. I'm out of originals. Okay, what might be the next thing? What are fundamentals of marriage? Normal things, a marriage book now. So I start saying, okay, you have to learn to be under authority. The man has to know how to be under Christ, who is under God the Father, and the wife needs to know how to be under the husband. That's the order, and the children under the parent. You know. From there, what else? What else is a fundamental, very important in marriage? Communication, effective. Then, healthy habits. Then money, of course. Then, now how else did I do that? So bit by bit like that, piece by piece. Common saying, how do you eat an elephant? Piece by piece. Big project, my life is too busy or I am too indisciplined to sit down and just write this. Impossible. So I wrote it daily, piece by piece, piece by piece, piece by piece. Now you can dictate more. Now, because of my level of life and my resource base, I dictate. So I would dictate sometimes. Then actually write, I'll dictate it. Then it will be transcribed by people who work with me. So I have a team. That helps. So I didn't just do it. The first thing I didn't say was inspiration. Inspiration, it came by inspiration. That's like most things come to me, inspiration. Ta-da! A bulb goes on. And then you start talking and take your phone. In this day, we can do that and start talking into the phone, talking to the phone. As I'm talking, sometimes I stand up and pace. If you're with me when I'm downloading stuff, I'll sit there and you see me stand up and start walking up and down. And I'm doing that in the room. I'm doing that. If you see, you know, I mean, with people, but you should see me alone. You know, I'm walking up and down. You don't go saying, well, that's not, what are you talking about? Do anything that works. So I'm walking up and down, I'm talking. And if you're with me again, you pity some of the people that are with me. Because once it strikes, it's like you hit, and I'm in a place. So I keep, now what do? If you're careless, you don't grab it and hold it. I'm in the middle of talking to people, you see me stop, I'll say, give me a phone, give me a phone, give me a phone. And then I'll start talking. If I lose it, I know, it might not be your situation. I was not always like this. If I lose it, I don't even remember it at all. At all. I don't even know that thing. I hear it, it's literally inspiration. Inspiration is a valid source of content. Fully valid. Most things you see on earth were received by inspiration. Like outside of this place. Real. So, how do you identify purpose amongst other things? From inspired revelation. But this is mostly for leaders. Because God gives it to them to use and push other things. If you're in the follower class, the service you're serving under a primary servant, usually, your duty is more of to be inspired to do what you're given to do better, not to create or craft vision. Okay, call it vision casting. That's usually given to the leader to show how serious God takes leadership. It's why leadership, for those who know, is no small thing. I mean, people would have to have hands laid on them. With it, King Saul is told you become a different man. The Spirit of God will rush on him powerfully. And you're to use it. But to show you how seriously God takes it, you're a Nebuchadnezzar. You're seeing vision. You're a Pharaoh. You're seeing visions. They are not Christians. They are seeing vision because it comes with leadership. This is a side note. One thing you should never do when you're serving someone is try to usurp authority. No matter how much you think you have insights and suggestions and good ideas. I've served people, I've been under people. Know that temptation to, there's a better way, there's a better way. Present your better way lawfully in legal settings, in meetings, when ideas are called for. Or if you think of something, write it, send it in, come and say, I was thinking, could we do this? Let's hope your leader is someone who welcomes ideas. I've worked with people, they welcome ideas. Then there are those who don't welcome ideas. They seem to think you have no idea. Learn to swallow it. It may be something you are meant to do in the future. What's your primary role there? All you have to do is serve. That's all. That's your role. Don't go breaking your head. You dare not raise a mutiny, planting people's ideas. Don't bring dishonor to anybody you're serving. Don't ever do that. Ever. You might cross the works of your hands thoroughly. So don't do that. Whatever you're saying, you're thinking, that's your problem. Don't swallow it or flush it. Don't go tell people, this is not even how. Is this how? Don't ever do that, ever. Rather, pray for those in authority that you might live a quiet, simple life. You pray for them, that idea you have, they will come and say it. How many of you have had ideas before and your leader walked in and started saying the idea you had? So does that not show you that they can get it? But the Bible does not tell you God told Joseph about any famine. Doesn't tell you God told Daniel about coming kingdom. First, you are told clearly that those pagan rulers were given that information. All right, so I have come to the end of this session, and we can probably ask that food should be served. We won't stand doing nothing while that's happening. So that should have started already. Shay, do we stop and stay at ourselves? No? So we continue talking, or do we want to take this time and start? Let's do that. Let's use this as a practical session and start naming some of the roles that you are carrying out and the wins you want to see weekly. There's the big roles, then there's the mini roles. The roles for each quarter. Let me say this better in case I didn't say that. For the first 3 months from now, the first 3 months, what do you want to see? What do you want to have down, complete? After you've noted down what you're going to do in the first 3 months, then note down what you have to do this week to help accomplish that thing you want to have done in the first 3 months. Is this clear? All right, so start with that. Take your notebook, write it down. Was a booklet not passed out last week to you? KBBM booklet, no? Or just a sample? Okay. May you not have the misfortune of my calling and telling you to bring this thing I'm saying. Make sure you're writing. You have a question? I have a question from you. Fine. Give him a microphone. There's a microphone in front of you.
So it's about the I believe it's the division charter where you said that we should write the 3 outcomes. So I would like to get clarity on what the 3 outcomes are, seeing as it's a fixed plan, so it should have a fixed
outcome.
Yes, a fixed goal. So what are the other 2 outcomes?
No, a goal is different from an outcome. A goal is, this is what I want to achieve, and this will be the result of my achieving it. It's similar, but the goal is to plant a tree. The outcome will be the fruit. But there's more than the fruit. Eating the fruit or selling the fruit. Those are different outcomes. I want a mango tree. You have a mango tree. Both of us look like we wanted the same thing, but I want to sell it. You want to eat it. Yes, what's your question again?
I understand what you just said, but I'm thinking of how I can apply it practically. So using like the marriage guide as an example, let's say it was your plan within the amount of time to publish the marriage guide. That's one outcome. So what are the 2 other outcomes?
Well, to be honest, there was no plan to publish anything whatsoever. So it came by inspiration. There was no plan. The plan was to, within 2 weeks to a month, share wisdom on marriage with my church family. That was the plan. It went on to last for a whole year because the content kept increasing. More kept coming, and I realized we might as well do this. Let's just die on this bridge. The outcome, the original goal was to educate not once but steadily the church family that I pastor. It went on to grow and attract a lot of attention from people that are not in our church family. And we were posting it on groups outside, Telegram, Instagram, and all that. And when we finished it, some people were interested in going through it again, including those within and those without. And we created a group. And then people started from all around the world. Not that many, I mean, compared to others, but many, many, larger than any other spiritual project we were carrying out. And it became that. Now, when that happened, I could therefore say that, yes, what's my goal? To help people have better homes and marriages. That's a goal. But just today, I told you that it also helps train people. It ended up being a source of training for even people that will never marry. If they obey the things in there, they will live such a better spiritual life. And then it's written there. If you look at the blog, you hear this. Let me read. People prepare for many things in life, like having a child, getting a job, moving to a new residence, sewing a new dress, or starting a new school program. But when it comes to marriage, many focus on the wedding day, as though that is the marriage. This is why so many marriages struggle or fail. We must recognize marriage as a lifelong event that requires extensive preparation. Get ready for 365 days or less if you read it as a book, because you could read it as a book, of seeing things in a way you haven't considered before. The marriage guide is a divine tool designed to properly equip individuals for this unique journey, and it covers single, married, separated, and divorced persons, while equipping all, including parents, guardians, and pastors. Let's pick up what you and yours need on the way. It's not too late. And then I said, in just 2 to 5 minutes daily, receive counsel, wisdom, and answered prayers for yourself or others on matters of marriage. If you wish to pray effectively, you must first know what you have the right to pray for. In addition to any other Bible study devotions you follow, this will specifically help and heal many hearts and homes. So another goal that I ended up bringing about, not just giving advice, but it helps to heal. There are many people that have been wounded by marriage-related matters, from their parents, from relatives in their own life, and so on. The healing it brings, connected to matters of forgiveness, connected to matters of clarity, it's become a resource that one can use. If you're a feminist, a real common thing. Many people that had feminist thinking, and I mean the feminist movement, the evil Jezebelian practice, make mental adjustments and, renounce those beliefs. Now, again, you don't need to be married to change that way of thinking, but within this book is content that can help change that. And these examples of different outcomes. All right. So it turns feminists into normal people. It turns bad spouses into good spouses. It turns parents who give bad counsel into givers of good counsel. It makes people pause and ponder about the things they have believed, which is always good. When you pause and ponder, it helps you relate with in-laws better. And I could go on and on. So I don't think it's just 3 goals that have been achieved with this. I think many many other goals. Many children, people read this and learn to honor their parents. People have read this and began to honor their parents. Parents who have not said a good thing to their children ever have started saying, God bless you, bless them, bought them gifts and so on, because they saw the content of this. Again, you can't count. The output will be generational. I don't know how well I've answered. If you want to ask more, clarify even more specifically, feel free to. But I've given you an example of what one did not necessarily think of when we started talking about, the marriage guide. This will guide you in how to have a better married life. I mean, how does that connect to your parents being pleased with you much, much more than they have been? And the answer is, you found it in a book, you went to search about marriage, and you were waylaid and reprogrammed to behave better with your parents. But also there's a blessing that comes on your marriage when your parents are pleased with you too. There's a blessing you may have not had, and so on. Yes.
Yes, sir. So you've given a good example of the multiple outcomes. So now what I'm asking is, how can we picture the multiple outcomes when we are drawing up our plan? Because as you said, most of these outcomes were actually as just a result. You start to notice the things that were happening. So I don't know, for me, I'm someone who the only outcome I'm saying is publish the marriage guide. Everything else is going to happen. So how can we picture the possible outcomes when we are drawing up our own plans?
Because inspiration, right? Don't you think inspiration? Yeah, we spoke about it, inspiration. So if you do what I say, you're writing what you can, you're praying about it. Most things in life work like a woolen sweater. You know what happens if one of the threads come and you pull it? Have you seen any knitting at all? Anything that was knitted? Let's not discuss that with a sweater. That's terrible. A small knitting, small bag thing. Do you know what happens? Anybody doesn't know what happens? If the thread pulls and you start pulling, it will unravel the whole thing. It's one hole. The whole thing will come apart. If you keep pulling, it will keep coming apart. In the negative, that's a bad thing. In the positive, that's a good thing. Many times, you simply never tug. You don't pull. And if you pull, you try to see that one purpose, like you said. That's why I walk up and down. That's how the inspiration comes. When it comes, that first piece, and then you start saying it and start walking up and down and saying it and saying it and saying it, you become better and better at what you're saying and doing. Okay? I hope you understand.
Yes, sir.
If you give yourself to thinking about anything, this has happened to all of you. How many of you picked a pen, you had one theme out, you wrote one, then you wrote another, then you wrote another, then and you're like, now wow. Anybody here, you typed a full, by the time you're done, start thinking this should be a book. Tell the truth. This has happened to all of you, including the one who is asking the question, he's raising his hand. So start. So why many times we are unable to identify those rules or see the visions, we don't even start at all. It's a principle of prophecy. In the Christian world, it's called prophecy. That's what it means when it says he who prophesies, prophesy according to your faith. When you start, usually more comes. All right. Yes.
On the matter of accomplishments and measurable wins. So while you were explaining, you spoke about how that feeling of, I have accomplished something today. So what if in the course of writing your 3-year vision, the possible outcomes, let's say your roles are, the possible outcome will only bring about the success of a superior. I don't know how to coin this properly.
Yeah, so
how do I get that?
That you have been able to help your superior succeed is a goal, a massive one. What do you think King Saul's armor bearer or Jonathan's armor bearer's goal was, or David's armor bearer, or the apostles of Jesus? What do you think is their outcome? The apostles of our Lord Jesus, or Paul? Let's stick with Paul. What do you think is his outcome? That he makes a name for himself? No, to cause the Gentiles to hear the gospel. Paul gave you his purpose statement. He gave you his vision chapter. that God has come to be a teacher and preacher to the Gentiles and to cause Christ to be heard of in places he's not heard of. That's his purpose. That's what he was accomplishing. All right. Now, who did he cause to be heard of? Paul. Who? Christ. So what was your question?
So does this mean that one cannot have? So does this mean that you finish writing out your plan for your vision for 3 years, and somehow in it
you're not inside it? Yes, awesome. Like that's it sounds exactly like the plan Jesus has for everybody. Exactly. All right. Now, if I could stop there and not say more, and I'll be 100% correct. However, to be honest, it doesn't work like that. The principle is that if you serve someone, you'll be given your own now or in the ages to come. That's the reality. So what examples do we have in scriptures of people that seem to serve till they died? Or let's say, no, not till they died, till their boss moved on. Elisha, Elijah, you heard of him? From Okwiboku here? Okay, so Elisha and Elijah. So what's Elisha's role? What do you think? Let's say he spent 3 years with Elijah. So what was his purpose? What was his role? What do you know about Elisha? No, yes, he poured water, we know, but I'm saying what was his own personal achievement for himself? If Elijah kept living for 5 more years after he was taken up, what would you have heard anything about Elisha? If all you hear about Elisha is when he was called, and that was the end. He's gone. And that's all you know about him. You don't know anything else until you see him go escorting his master to say goodbye. And that the only reason in that story you know about Elisha more is because he, Elijah checked out. Okay, talk to me about Eliezer. Someone? Eliezer of Damascus, servant of Abraham. Do you know at a time it was even clearly insinuated, maybe he was even told, that he would take over from Abraham? Then this little brat was born. Sorry, Isaac. Yes? Do you understand if he was a bad guy, he would have had that guy assassinated? How can you be born now? But he was born. We know the story. Now, do you think Eliezer by the way, what do you hear about him? Next. The last time you hear about him, he's bringing a wife for the brat. Sorry, Isaac. That's the last thing you hear. They're even bringing wife for him. You little upstart, he might have said. You came here and knocked me out of my... No. Faithful guy. Look at him. He's praying for the man. Lord, bless my trip. Give this, my masters. He's not saying give the brat. Saying give my master. Because he knows his job. His job is to serve. There's actually few things as sad as people that don't know their role. A terrible state to be in. Why? What will you get marked for? What do you think that Eliezer of Damascus will be marked for by God? Do you think they are going to tell him good and faithful servant? Do you think if Abraham is given cities to rule over, do you think he might engage the services of Eliezer of Damascus to be his chief admin officer? I don't think we think about that concerning the age to come. The fact that people know people. And that people might just continue where they stop. Like, oh, please, I need you. Please, you come. That some people, the authority they walk in the ages to come will simply be a continuation of the authority they walk in here. And they will be a big deal. Really big deal. I mean, oh, you didn't get a city, but you served it. Why wouldn't you get a city? He will get. But, the thinking will be, okay, you get it straight from the Lord. And I think you get it straight from the Lord. But even if he doesn't get it from the Lord, what about the person he served? What do you think? You think you forget him or not be interested in him? Of course he's going to be absolutely vested in. Please, can I? Please, I know the person is on the other side. Lord Jesus, could I have? Please. Can you send me Huram? Please. Send me Titus is of great benefit to me. Have you read things like that in the Bible? Is of great benefit to me. This one will send me. So I cannot see any trouble whatsoever with some people. Do you guys know I actually thought I would serve people all my life? You haven't heard this story before. You have. You just didn't notice it. You've heard me say I never started a business in my life. I had zero interest. People that don't start things or lead things have no interest in leading it. You better believe it. I know you're struggling in your mind. Okay, no, well, but nothing in my brain 15 years ago, 10, I could keep working with the boss I was working with till I died. There was nothing like as I'm with him, I'm like, when I go and start my own. Never. It didn't cross my mind. Why? Because I have no interest in starting anything like that. Leading. Now being the spearhead. But my mindset was that I will serve, I will assist, I will make everything I'm being given better. Believe it. I'm standing in front of you and God is my witness. There was nothing in me that as I am there, I'm saying, when I do my own, there was none. It didn't occur to me at all. Because maybe I'm too lazy to think of heading a business. I know you know, if I'm supposed to be calm, and when is it? I wish I was preaching. You don't understand. You know this whole thing about, no, I don't want to be, no. So next time we talk about money, planning, how to, no, God forbid. I'm always inspired. I was always inspired when I'm around someone else. I have ideas for you too. Just tell me what you want. I have ideas for you. But for me to start, again, how old was I when I started a business? I was in my 30s. And it was because of the church family. You don't just start something at that age. You must have the people, they say something that is in you. I had nothing in me that had any interest in starting. Everything I'm doing, I was dragged, kicking and screaming. All. I didn't kick and scream, but I followed that. They are dragged and dragged me. All. I had no visions beyond. I've told you, I've never had. Okay, some of you have heard me over the years. I hope this doesn't break someone's heart who's following online. You're like, so am I following someone who does not have vision? No. What you should do is look at what, by the grace of God, I have accomplished. That's all. Now, if I've accomplished, then you can forget my backstory. But I'm telling you the state of heart. The state of heart that brought me to where I am was service. And it was wholehearted service. Wholehearted. Where's my boss going? What's he doing? What do you want, sir? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? That's the mindset that was driving me. He says we should go here. Okay. So do you think when we go, we could do it like this? Okay. It shouldn't. Okay. No problem. That's how real it is. When I left the place I was last, before going to full-time spiritual pastoral ministry, I went for a trip to South Africa. Before I left, I believed I had hit some jackpots, and I communicated it to the person I had served before. And I told him, oh, I got this. Could we partner? I've signed 2 big deals. Could we partner? You finance it, you run it. I get a cut as an independent contractor. And he expressed, no, I don't think so. I don't think you should be laboring in the similar field. I had already gotten signatures. Hands had been put to paper, approved. We were working with institutions. We had worked with institutions that had 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Sorry, none had, what am I saying? 700. There was one that had 1,000 plus in Abia State, maybe. But 1,000 something. And that was significant. The 2 I signed, one had about 6,700 people. The other one had, I can't remember. But I remember the one had 6,700. That would have been the biggest institution we worked with. I had it was signed. Done. I thought I'd get financing outside the country. I didn't get, so I put it in front of him. You didn't approve. I killed it. That was the end of that effort. I never tried to resurrect it. That I didn't try to dance in the same arena that my former boss was dancing. I stopped. I thought he would, but it wasn't so. I walked away from it permanently till today. Never tried that. I trusted that God thinks it important that we serve right, that we serve appropriately. I believe that it mattered to God. And because I did, I think God took it seriously too. All right. So I think everyone is served. I'll say what a prayer and we'll have a meal. Father, we're grateful that we can eat with our brothers and sisters. We thank you that we as field workers can gather here to serve and be served. Father, I ask that the food was good. I ask that you bless all who have helped us achieve this. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen. So you go ahead and dig into your meal and we will continue with whatever else we are doing here as after we eat. Our comments, of course, one of the reasons. Is there any first timer here? Anybody that's not been here before? Okay, so about 6 hands. One of the things we try to do here is teach people to eat with cutlery. That's why I have cutlery. I hope you have a knife. Good. Okay, so it's very deliberate. I've prayed, so you don't need to. Those that this does not apply to, don't bother. Just go ahead and have your meal. But those who need some training, okay, you're using a flat plate, so you can, the knife is in your right hand, and the fork is in your left. The knife is in your right hand, the fork is in the left. And what you're doing is you're using the knife to shovel things. That's how it works. You're using the knife to cut things too. And then the fork takes you to your mouth. You can say, no, let me just use a spoon. I have a spoon here. Yeah, you can. You can stay at that level all your life. Or you can use this chance to learn. You know the difference between learning and knowing and learning and using. Learning to know is stored knowledge, yes? Learning to do is kinetic knowledge. It's knowledge that you're putting into use. Now, how many of you know stored knowledge sometimes needs to become used knowledge? This thing Jesus began to do and to teach. All right. Now, how are you going to teach anybody what you have never done? So I would challenge you to not stick with the norm and make an effort to actually make an effort to learn it and learn it well. All right? We are not trying to do it perfectly. So if, don't copy everything I do, but don't oppose it either. I'm being realistic. You can eat your rice white and then scoop soup to your mouth, the broth. But I don't think that makes any sense. If I want to enjoy my meal. Now, that's for those who have their soup in a bowl. The broth. So you have to be practical. In real life, it's okay to always be practical. Nobody's saying you should worship or try to eat like the king or queen of England, okay? Yeah. If you were going there, you'd have 3 different kinds of spoons at your table right now on one side. So do what you can do to enjoy yourself. Watch those that are doing. You're not holding the knife well. Don't hold the knife like this. Don't hold it like it's a chopstick. Okay? Hold it like this. with one a bit free that can move back and forth. The thumb pressing the side. Hold it like that. How you hold it matters. It will direct how you manipulate it. If you need to cut meat, that pointing finger there, that index finger, will press on top when you're cutting to be what is. You don't hold it like this. It's not for stabbing. You hold it like that. You know, I say these things, people smile, laugh, and sometimes I look at you and I wonder if you speak English. And the fork, now when you're scooping to your mouth, it's turned upwards. When you're picking meats or something, it's turned downwards. But you see, my hand is not moving much. Same thing. How you hold it matters. If you hold it, like this all the time, you can't stab your meat well, because it's between your first and third finger. They're not going to be comfortable. You're holding it like a chopstick. Don't hold it like a chopstick. Hold it within your palm. Hold it within your palm. That'll give you more strength. There's a difference. All you have to do is watch, practice. Never be ashamed to learn. You should practice cutting your meat into small pieces, not picking massive pieces and stuffing into your throat. Small pieces, so you don't chew large ways. Like small piece by small, I mean small. You have to cut into 5, 10 small pieces if possible. Do your best not to. Again, practice. And then also learn to pour wine. To watch how they're pouring wine. And practice pouring wine so you don't fill the glass with fizz. Have to tilt it and be gentle and learn to have a steady hand. You can practice it with water at home somewhere, but learn to tilt the glass. Watch when they're pouring wine again. Don't learn the bad. Later on, I'll demonstrate it. It really matters that you know how to pour wine well. That one is that's important. So your napkins are for dabbing. You know one of the reasons they use forks at all, apart from being able to skewer things, so that your lips are not all smeared. Your tissue dabs, as opposed to using the back of your hand as a arm. You don't do this. I'm not saying you can't do it at home in your room. I'm saying that public spaces, dab. And you keep your fork and knife by the side together, as opposed to with spread out. If you keep it spread out like this, there are hotels, they'll come and carry away your plate of food. It means, sorry, if you keep it side by side like this and you want to go and pick some, you may come back, they'll carry away your food because they think you finish eating. So you keep them separate. You spread them out when you're not done eating. Keep it like that. But when you're done, together to one side. Okay? Again, who knows if you may go to such a hotel someday. You don't want them to take away your plate when you're still eating. So look, concerning pouring wine, okay? So take a look if you didn't observe before. 45 degrees, 50 almost. And this is not in the air. Nobody's paying you for doing a magic trick. You place it on it, okay? Not outside it. Don't be careless, reckless. Place it on it. You see those things on the egg there? Let the inner one preferably cook on it. And then slowly, it's the whole point about slow is what matters. While you're like gently like that, you already know how it pleases. While you're doing, you're tilting the glass up. Okay, the glass is straightening up, straightening up, straightening up, like that. You understand? You do a neat cut away. You can't be distracted while pouring. You can't be looking here and there. Or you pour it on yourself and on someone else. All right. I hope your meal was lovely. Mine was. Before I sat down, I was answering a question, and I hope it was answered sufficiently. I would like us all to know that there is one path that the Almighty Himself, the greatest, created for ascension into authority, and it was service. And when the Lord our God walked amongst us in the form of human flesh, He said enough about it for it to be clear that it's not an opinion, because there's a modern trend as the world has moved away from very overt oppression, obvious, plain, I'm a king, I'm a lord, you are under me, you're a peasant. It's gone to the other extreme, where you have this strange thing. You have companies talking about horizontal leadership as opposed to hierarchical leadership. You hear these weird things where people try to say, no, everybody, walk like this, not from top down. I'd like to see where it has worked. It's one of those, people have become so cowardly, chicken livered or whatever they call it, that they say ridiculous things with a straight face. How on earth are you going to walk sideways? How will you arrive at any decision? Does that mean people will always be in agreement? Will always align? We know this is not true. There will be disagreements and someone will have to make a decision. And so you don't see in the scriptures God ever set up a kingdom like that, ever. Tell them what to do. They always put someone in charge. Always. In every setting, including family. Even after someone dies, they say, okay, pass on the property to his son, if he has. If he doesn't have a son, pass it to his daughter. If he doesn't have a daughter, pass it to his brother. If he doesn't, there's a sequence of entitlement. There's not equal entitlement. There never is. There cannot be. It is the recipe for disorder. The first great negligence in scripture was when God looked at Adam and said, because you listened to the voice of your wife. Huge consequences. Because you listened. Like, shouldn't he have listened? The answer, of course, is no. No, not when she tells you to disregard me. There's me, there's your wife. How could you dare ignore me? I am your head. She's not your head. Even if you consider her a peer. But I am your head. I am above you. All right? So it's very important that we have someone above us. It's vital that we recognize that. Now, those who learn best to recognize what's above them, like the Lord Jesus, who came to exemplify it, humbled himself, submitted to the Father, and was submitted in every way, has been raised to the right hand of the Father. What is faith about? Faith is about submitting to another's wishes And the outcome becoming that you too become friends with that one. Abraham submitted and became a friend of God. The Lord sat with him and ate, and would share secrets with him. Oh, by the way, I'm on my way to Sodom to fry it. Just said to tell you. There's some level of horizontalness with time. Look at it. When you're straight above, vertically, above you, at the bottom, there's you. But with time, as you become more and more obedient and service, it begins to angle till it's 45 degrees. Till at a time, it may almost seem as though you're horizontal. But that comes with time. The distance between the head and you is reducing. Elijah and Elisha, with time, he's saying, wait for me here. He's saying, Master, I'm not going nowhere. He's telling him directly, no. And he's with him. He's still under him, but he's with him. Now he can speak, and he speaks. The Lord Jesus looks at his disciples and says, you have been with me through my trouble. I no longer call you servants. I call you friends. That means time has a say. Time always has a say in that move. If you see someone engage with another who ought to be their superior from the very beginning, they try to be on par. There's something horribly wrong there. You are taking by force that which comes with time and faithfulness. The Lord Jesus looks at people who served him well, Matthew 25, and says, well done, good and faithful servant. Faithfulness cannot be proven in a day or a week. It's over time. So you must have been faithful for a good while before you come to the place where the Lord thinks he can rule with you with a certain level of equality. That's why the Lord Jesus is on the right hand of the Father. Now, on the right hand, he ascended above all dominion, all the way to the highest dominion. That's how far he went. And he's on the right hand, not under the stool. He's on the right hand. God has given him a name above every other name. Which other name was above every other name before he was given it? The Creator. Are you saying? See, you prove yourself into authority. You do not demand it. Neither can you force it. You don't use a union to achieve it. My soul does not support all those structures that insist on existing as an external body and compelling equality with authority that is ownership. It's wrong. And some people think it's a righteous cause. It's very unrighteous. There was someone in the scriptures who said he will ascend. He would come into equality and be like God. You've heard of the fellow. You don't take it. It's not an honor you take. It's not an honor you take. You're given it. The one who is above you watches you, and then with time begins to give it to you, and comes and eats with you, and calls you and tells you things. And time is as you prove yourself. Okay, till a day comes where people look and wonder, who should we pray to, Jesus or God? Yes, that has confused you too. Why should you be confused at all? There's one God. That's the power of faithful service. Anyone that has a problem with service has a problem with God and definitely dislikes authority in the long term. You can seem to achieve something now. Ask Satan. In the long run, the one who is going to be extremely benefited is the one who learned to serve so completely, was willing to lay down his life for the one they serve. That's the attitude with which you serve. That's the only attitude with which you serve effectively in God's eyes. So totally, you lay down your life. In my past work life, I know I was accused, and it should be normal with things like, is it your father's thing? If you have not been accused like that, there is a problem. People constantly, deliberately work with about 50% of their heart, 30%, 20%, some 60%. They feel they've really tried, some 70%. You ought to be working with 100% of your heart. That's the only way to work. Any job, it doesn't even matter what it is. And of course, the complete story to what I was saying earlier on was that in spite of how much I had no desire whatsoever to lead or do the same thing my boss was doing, until I had the librarian leave when I had left, because the Spirit of God told me to leave. I didn't know what his plan was, but I obeyed and left. And out of the worry of how will I provide for my family, what will I do, what's going to happen here? I have a family of 8 mouths to feed. What on earth will this result in? So I began to think of what to do. And but when I realized, no, that's not the way to go, I sat still and bore my shame. And from that same office, I was given hundreds of thousands, in 2 tranches. Given once, but I think 3 months after I left, then given again a month or 2 later. And that benefited me and my family greatly. And then God provided here and there. I kept looking for what to do. But the point is, it was that same office. I did that. The vehicle they gave me, I still drive it till today. Still have it in my household. And a few other things. The point is this: serving faithfully. Now, if at any time whatsoever, if I had any such thing in me, I had picked my phone and told my former boss, I need, he would have given me. If at any time, I know he would have given me. He complained in private to my wife that my problem is I don't ask. But the few times I insinuated I needed something, not after I left, while I was there, he would give it to me. When I was leaving, I asked, could I have one of the printers? He said, of course. While I was there, I need a table. Take a table from the table, take a chair. There's no power, take a generator. And it was very costly. I don't know if you knew. The generators, they look alike. Then one, those days cost 300,000. The other one cost 80. So it's 300,000. If I needed a thing, he gave it. While I was there, when I was leaving, and even after I left. But I never asked. That's the point. I never asked. But I'm saying that's a sign of good service. That the one you serve is pleased with you. Once I was invited to come, please answer something. It was many years ago. That you needed to find out some things about something. I went, spent I don't know how long, an hour or 2. When I was leaving, I was written a check of 100,000 there. Again, your former boss won't do things like that if you don't evoke good memories. It's not 100,000 now. More than 10, about 10 years ago. Or, okay, it was sometime after that, 9. So it's alright. So I've given you, you know why we have to be practical and truthful. It helps people comprehend better what it is we're dealing with in real life. So if you serve the Lord well, usually he's going to make sure you serve through people. The one we see Jesus serving clearly, we don't have a large swath of his life from 12 to 30, 18 years are opaque. What we heard last was that he was serving his parents. He was about 12 years old. That much we know. If you know Jewish culture, you suspect he probably went on serving under some rabbi. He was learning scripture, studying. the scriptures like all the rest of Jewish society, young people. And then, he'd be doing whatever his father was doing. But we don't know his father there, but he would learn the same trade. That's normal. Zebedee was a fisherman, so his two sons, James and John, were with him there. At least the sons, fishing. All right, then. So he was. Peter's dad may have been the son of Jonah. But Peter is grown up, married. He has his own boat. James and John don't. They're working with the father. So, you do what your father is doing. You do what your father is doing. Typically, you do what your father is doing. You do the same business. You learn, you understudy in that culture. You don't go read some other course. I've told you before, you hear the names. Baker, John Baker. Why? Because in his lineage, there are bakers. Yeah? Yes. In their lineage, there were bakers. May have baked for the king. May have baked for the queen. Maybe great-great-great-grandfather. Where's John? Which John? John the baker. Okay, you understand? John the smith. John the smithy. Okay, John Smith. Huh? Understand? Alfred. Which Alfred? Alfred the carpenter. Years later, that's someone in it. Mr. James Carpenter. Are you understand? They didn't just carry the name from nowhere. These were people's jobs. They literally identified you with the craft that your family. There have been woodsman. John Wood. Angelina Taylor. All right, let me stop. You get the point. So when you look at it, why do they have weird names? No, the words came from, their names came from what they did. The identity was tied into that. God would want us to be people who identify what it is, spiritually, physically. Now, of course, we know you can't do exactly what your father does. It's not like that, except they really have something that should be sustained. And if I know someone whose father is a carpenter, I would encourage him to do that carpentry. But in case there are scenarios where it's not possible, and it's not so, okay? But this mindset that I must chart my own course has come into the thinking. Like, no, everybody must chart his own new course, create his or her, his own new path. It's not a very correct way of thinking. I must make my own name. Quite unhealthy. Quite unhealthy. When the time comes for someone to chart a new course, as Christians, you must be led to do that. You don't do it out of a rebellion. Never. You don't just do it because. And that can apply physically. But most times I'm using it in the way that applies to your work, your service, wherever you are, your spiritual service, too, your field and temple service. Whatever it is that is given to you to do, committed to your hands, do it with all your might, all your heart and soul and strength. Do it like that. Only then can you be as pleasing to God as you are. And then maybe like me, when you're not even imagining it, then the Holy Spirit will start telling you, maybe you need to do this. So you start. I started Amazing Christian Girl. I wasn't thinking of registering it. I started Unperplexed Consulting. It was called UCTV. You see Unperplexed Consulting, Typing Bureau. Virtual services was the idea behind it. Services you once imagined is the logo that I gave it, because I was thinking, what is it people imagine they would want done that is not done? Okay, you like to write without leaving your room. So, it's later on, I registered them one after another. Later, I would start something, not with the mindset. Now I realize maybe it's best to register this thing. Yeah, register with the mindset. Who knows if there might be some small money government gives away or loans that want like that. And that's how those different things started. And someone who thought they would never start a business had no interest in doing so. up till his 30s, found out that they were all kinds of small businesses that I had a say in. So it wasn't a vision or a goal. It was more of something I grew into. And okay, could I do it? It turns out that while serving people, I had acquired some ability to do it, which is the most important part. Ability. Can you do it? So the worst thing to not have is lack of ability. I hope this is clear. To have no ability, that is the real crime. You're supposed to be able. Is there any new question in line with that? Or contribution? A story someone has, maybe, of serving and what has come from it. Let's hear two people. You served, and from your service, you think you have acquired certain abilities now that give you an edge. Let me see the hands out. Raise your hands if you think you have a powerful story of service that has yielded capacity. If it's not powerful, the way I'll shoot it down. Even you be afraid that you raise next time you fast and pray before you raise your hand. Yes. Now I'm okay. So the lady and the gentleman here. Yes, Mrs. Femia.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Euphemia.
I just called it.
Yes. Okay, so I would like to share how
you have 2 minutes.
Serving my mother-in-law gave me the food business, basically, apart from other things. So I came from, for those of you who already know my story, I had shared at some point where I came from a place where I was quite lazy, couldn't really do anything. And after I got married, a time came when we had to move into where my mom-in-law lives, to the same house with my mother-in-law and my father-in-law at the time before he passed on. Excuse me. And I noticed that it felt like she was picking on me, but again, thank God for, should I say, my temperament, because mommy would say, no, this is not how these things are done. And I came from a place where those things were not emphasized. So I didn't even know how to serve meals. I was sharing yesterday how the first day I went to my husband's house, their family with my parents, and I was asked to set the table, and I didn't know what to do. So I just said to him, I don't know what to do. So living with my mother-in-law and serving her has actually given me not just a food business, but now I can also tell people how to live life, how to keep the house clean, how to do basic things that ought to be done, or what most people should know how to do, just by living with her and serving her. And for me, it's a huge blessing. It's something I'm not willing to trade for anything. So,
thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Awesome. Mr. John Justice.
As regards my cleaning business, so I remember when I started through my boss. So we traveled to, I think the first place we traveled to was Osho State. So it took me there. Now again, I've not done it before. Now there have been people who have been doing it like 5 years, 7 years. So people have been doing it 5 years, 7 years. But the ability to be patient, and it's very strict. So you shout at you any little thing. As in, he complains if the place is not clean. He pays attention to details because the clients he works for are big clients, are very big clients. So he pays attention to details. And, I'll typically not say anything because of the teachings here and all that, and the ability to stay humble and you learn and all those things. So I'll be quiet. I'll watch whatever it is he said I should do. I do everything. I involve in every single thing. And so the person that was in charge when we went to Osho State left for Ibadan, just left and left me there. And so I took charge just by watching him, learning him. I took charge. And so while I was working, I remember while I was working, I was just working, doing my normal thing. The boss, which is like the boss, the person, so just picture the big client came around. saw me going around just directing and doing things. Then I didn't even know about this. I just know he came around and left. So later, I think we were there for 2 weeks. So one of those days he just came. We were sitting there and he came, he met my boss and he said, oh, that one is a diligent person. Follow him. That one is a diligent person. And interestingly, so we came back to Akwa Ibom. We now went to Osun State the second time. This time around, my boss left me. Every single person left me there with over, I think, 15, 20 person and I was in charge of them. And it was scary at first because now you're in charge of the payments, the everything, the everyday work. So they came back to Akwa Ibom. I was just alone there with these people that I don't know. I have to be in charge of them. But all those training from leadership, the training from those letters has already helped me kind of being in charge of people, being responsible for people. So I was there. I think I was there for 2 weeks, and so we cleaned, and it was an hospital, a very massive hospital. So we finished cleaning the project. I came back to Akwa Ibom. My boss now went there with the inspectors to inspect the job to see how, whatever it is. And I remember he called me, was like, John, where are you? And I said, I'm back in Akwa Ibom. He was like, what happened to the windows? So I think there were some little, man, I went like, oh God, help me. But at the end of the day, so he just saw, maybe because he paid attention to details, there were some few places maybe in the mortuary area that they didn't clean properly because then I was not in charge because I was everywhere, so I had to. But the people that came saw the job and they were happy and they said, oh, no, very nice job. No, this is a nice job. Whoever did this nice job. Then immediately I think he called me back and he said, oh no, John, you did a very nice job. And interestingly, so the last time I worked with him was 3 weeks back, the last Prepare to Meet Your God, where he called me. So now, the interesting part is, he called me now. He doesn't need to be around. He might be anywhere. He's calling me for a job, and I'm going there. I'm going there as a supervisor to be in charge, and he doesn't care anymore. But the truth is, what got me there was, he told me the last time we met. And what I noticed is the ability to be able to, now I have my own job sometimes, and the ability to, you're able to train people, and I'm not bragging, but like you're skillful where you don't use strength anymore. So you go to like a site, you see the job, you go like, okay, you know what to do, you're quicker in doing the job, whether it's 2 weeks, whether it's 1 week, you're quicker in doing the job, and you're able to train other people too. So like what Ramon Simon was saying this morning, where you're able to delegate job to people and people are able to trust you. So I've seen the patience, the humility, because it takes humility to learn, it takes humility to serve, it takes humility to submit, where someone says that, like, regardless of the insult, whatever it is they are saying to you, you're not paying attention. It's the job. You're learning. What do I need to learn here? What am I learning here? What am I learning here? What am I learning here? And because he has seen me all through the years I've been with him, I've never complained. I've never complained. I've never argued with him, even with money or anything of sort. He has trusted me to the extent now where he doesn't even need to be there. He doesn't even need to say anything. He just know that, no, once John is on site, if I'm there on site, he doesn't have to be there. But for me, the skills I've learned how to be skillful, he has taught me some things that other people, he didn't get to tell them about. So it's a thing about.
All right. So tell me, when did you start working with him? What year?
I think should be 3 years back.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the year we started that prayer.
It's okay. I don't know what prayer, but NMPG.
Yeah. Look, I think it should be 2022, because I think it's that year when you started talking about prayer houses, where we need to, like where you're talking about praying for as in having small space where we pray. I think it should be 2022, because I remember that was the year I traveled. And when I traveled, the place I traveled to, in Oshu State, Papa Adeboye owns the place, and it's like a mountain. It's like, just picture, it's like an estate,
a resort
for prayer, and they have these small huts. They have different places, so people come from different places all over Nigeria to pray. They just come there to retreat.
Okay. Thank you. 7 minutes. Okay, so, but the point is, I allowed him go on because he was making points that I think everyone can hear that story and learn from it. It's important to understand the heart of God. If you understand God's heart, you'll operate very differently. All right, so what do? Do we go on 30 more minutes or we stop here? Vote. 30 more minutes, hands up, stop. 30 more minutes, stop. Okay, the A's have the day. Okay, so let's go for about 30 more minutes and see what we can cover in that time. So we are looking at, we've looked at 3 things, and we're looking at what I call Big Rocks calendar. This is for identifying and scheduling what is important before it becomes urgent. Now, that calendar, where's my calendar? Bring it again. Give me a copy there. We call it Big Rocks. Now, a Big Rocks calendar is different from your daily calendar. Now, I'm not saying you have to necessarily buy. That's where the color coding might come in. Maybe you use red to write those ones, or you have a particular color. Okay? That might be the wise thing to do. And whatever you put in that color is what you call a big rock. When you're going to move rocks, picture duties as rocks. You first move the big rocks. You don't go carrying all the smaller rocks. That's how many brains work. When you're tired, go and start trying to move the big one. When you've worn out yourself with moving the lesser ones, medium-sized ones. How many of your brain says, no, just finish this small one so you can face? That's how you have not faced 4 years later. You have not faced. No, we have to move the big rocks first. So that fear that comes in our heart and goes like, no, this one is too big. Wait, we have to have a Big Rocks calendar. That's what the rock is. It's a big rock. You point out on it, mark it in a certain way, identify it a certain way. This guy, and this calendar is the deadline. Schedule it before it becomes urgent. Before it becomes urgent. Schedule it before it becomes something you're running around. Next thing, you drop the rock on someone's leg. Don't wait till the last minute to do very important things. Do the very important, bigger thing early. Keep the smaller ones for later. Is this clear? This week, you're going to block off. Now, I can't give a fixed rule because people have different kinds of jobs. In my structure here was 2 90-minute deep walk sessions. Listen, you cut out 90 minutes. Now, this is for a day. This is for a day of work, okay? Now, you look into it and go like, this is Tuesday. The organizers of this event, this project, the days before now were for what I'm describing. Not today. Today is implementation, but still it's part of it. But let's say you're in an office tomorrow. Someone should tell me what they're doing. So you have a case in court. Mr. Chibri there has a case in court. When do you have your next case? On Thursday. Today is Tuesday. So tomorrow or today at some point, you cut out a 90-minute block. That's 1.5 hours. It could be 3 hours. It depends on, like I said, your job, the kind of job you do. You cut it out. Do you repair phones? You don't repair. You repair. You have people repair. Okay. So I would have wanted to know what could take up 90 minutes at once. I can think of something, but I don't know if you do it. Does Unperplexed Consulting consult for you? Do you do adverts? Do you never have enough product that you wish they were sold off? And take and buy. So couldn't you take more and buy more and make more profit? Or you're so contented it's enough?
I could, but it's capital intensive.
Would it be capital intensive if you had people paying? Should I give him free advice? Would it be capital intensive if people pre-ordered and they gave you money, then you went to go and find?
Less pre-order on the kind of scale I do. I have less pre-order.
Obviously. Because if you had what I'm saying, you wouldn't be talking about capital at all. They would give you the money to find it. Now they gave you money and capital was not an issue with you.
Yeah.
Good, your capital base will expand.
Yes.
Do you think if you had advertising that
Yes, I would.
more people might reach out and say, I want this, and you talk to them, tell them DM me private, and then you tell me, all right, you want this, put down this amount. They give you money and off you go.
Yes.
All right, good. I'm going to send our people after you. How much will we bill him for that? Now, so let's say you go to a marketing unit and they build an advert for you. And it goes and people are watching this advert. It's on statuses. People are looking at who said, is it cheap like that? It's not true. How do you know it's real? Blah, blah, blah. All of that. You do findings ahead of time, what's available, and you take the phone, it's online, you create an advert, you put your name. You don't have it, but they've known you. They see you come, they see you go, they see you come, they see you go. They know where you are. And you take it and deliver and say, hey, do you want, this is it, brand new. Oh, no, it's used. It's this, it's that. And you're the middleman. So you are basically a middleman, taking from those who have the big box and giving to those who have the box. And you're in between. Box is B-U-C-K-S, not a box. The big box. Money. So you go to that. It will be possible to create a flow. And with time, of course, your capital base will increase and all of that. I'm saying you could be doing advertising. That's what I'm saying. If you're advertising, it will bring the money because people would order. You tell them to advance something and then you deliver it to them. And you would stay at it and stay at it and stay at it. With time, things will be much, much clearer. Okay. Now, why did I start this? I was thinking about your calendar for the day. And you cut out a 90-minute period in there to create a plan, a small plan based on what I just said. That's a big rock. It's not some small thing. You cut out, you look at the phones you've sold in the past. You go online and you dig up pictures of 10 to 20 kinds of phones that are trendy and popular in this time. That's one. Or 10 that are trendy for a certain demographic kind of people. Then cheap ones for many who can afford. You have volume for that. But it's cheaper and all that. For just, and then you dig up those phones. Find the links, find the links, find the links. Take it. You've built something from which an advert can come. You take that and give to a marketing agency. They take it, open the sites, get the pictures, and create an ad for you. You project. If I'm selling this is how many phones I sold last year. This is how many phones I sold. Let's say last year. I won't say last month. But if you can calculate for the whole year, that would be good. This is how much I sold this coming year. How could I double my income? Double. If the total turnover, the money that passed through my hands, let's exclude cost, profit, total profit, was 3.4 million naira. Could I make that into 7 million? How could I make it into 7 million? Now, this time you're sitting, writing, praying, pondering, writing. You are researching, you're thinking, you're building. So this is called strategy. So let's say you consulting with unperplexed consulting. This is the kind of thing we do. This is why people consult with us, And then we sit, we hear you, we start talking, we say things. So what do you think about this? So if you do, have you ever tried this? What about this? What about this? And then we say something, okay, we'll partner with you on this. Let's, for less than half the cost, we're going to build an advert for you. Let's see if we can do it in 1 to 2 weeks. This is how much you pay. And then we would build something. And you look at it and go, oh, I like the sound. Sounds good. With my name on it or my business name on it. And you're hearing and you see. Then you take that, you put on statuses. Then you watch and observe. Within 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, the people respond. The people reach out. Oh, so this is a workable thing. And you go ahead. Possibly at the end of the year, you might make double or more than you made the year before. Because now you added to the existing model. Like, what's the picture? You didn't plant before, you had 1 mango tree. Now you have 2 or 3 mango trees. You have 3 mango trees, then you have 3 sources of mangoes. So definitely you have more income. It's a very simple logic. And this is how things work. This is how things go from a certain state to a larger state. It's called expansion. If you work alone, this is when you need to. If I'm going to do that effectively, then I need to employ someone. I need people that will deliver for me. People I can trust. I won't run off with the phone. I need someone that can go around delivering. I need someone that can go around places and advertise. In fact, I'm even going to go beyond digital adverts. I'm going to create something that someone will take and plant at the entrance near the University of Uyo, the gate. Just drop it there. I'll pay someone to stand there and watch it. Every day he goes out with that thing. For anybody that contacts us on it, I'll give you, for every person that ends up buying something, I'll give you 500 naira. Something like that. You can have all kinds. You could turn, my wheels are turning. You could turn multiple students into marketers, multiple, and so on. Let me stop. What's the point? The big rock there is how to go from earning enough to pay rent, eat, give offerings, and live. They're saying, no, I need to earn. I want to help my parents set up something. Or I need to rent a bigger shop. Or I need to. So how do I raise the money for that? I want to give more towards the kingdom of God. I want to whatever. I want to marry. I need to be holding at least so and so millions on top of that. Is it possible? And if the answer is yes, this is how you do it. You cut out times in your calendar and start building. You don't compromise. You don't allow any distraction in that time. Everybody, we are going to practice this and we are going to see the result. And it's going to be spectacular. Okay? Deep work sessions can be for strategizing. Why I have to stop now because it's taking so much of my time already, but this would have been. So a deep work session, if you have your own team, that's when you get together and undistracted, you focus. Now, many people think board offices, bigger businesses, let's say Unperplexed Consulting, when we sit down and people are dressed formally and you have a conference table and it's for them. No, even if there are 2 of you in your business, even if your source of ideas, your advisor is online or a consulting firm like us, you go online, a virtual meeting. You block out everything. The focus is the key. That you focused is the key. The focus. You'll be shocked at what happens if you focus. If you look at a thing over and over again. I have lots of ideas because I am a luminary. Have I talked to you about Lemon? Talk about Lemon? Lemon leadership. L for luminary, E for entrepreneur, Okay, M for manager, O for organizers, and N for a networker. Okay, I used to think I was just a luminary. Yeah, but I'm a luminary. I can do many of them. But my primary thing is illumination. I have ideas flashing through my mind. If I look in a direction, if I look at it, it's turning to look at it. If I start looking, focusing, like I was just doing with our brother's business now, you know, it keeps coming, keeps coming, keeps coming. If I stay at it, more and more ideas will come. Some people don't have that much, and it's okay. Luminaries are one of the smallest categories in that leadership type categorization. You know, entrepreneurs, not so many, but they are a number. You know, managers, maybe less so. Organizers, and networkers, those who connecting. You find your niche and you serve. So, in your week's calendar, starting this week, block out at least, if you haven't had any such thing, a period where you are focused on working. It may not be strategy. Please don't mishear me. I'm not saying everybody should go and sit down and think about what they gave you clearly. Go and edit this thing. You say yourself, what? They should suspend you. Don't be confused. I didn't say strategy is one of the things you blocked off time to do. It may not be strategy. It may be for studying. Maybe a student, you have to study. It may be to research something. It may be to create a product. So you're going to buy Miss Mrs. Glory would go and focus. I have to cut out that time and produce my soap or my hand wash or my oil, coconut oil or all that shit. You must have those periods you cut out to do something. If you've been supposed to do it, okay, I do it mostly once a week or twice. Why can't you do it 3 times? I think it's just laziness. No, if you cut out that time and do it. You know, before you do, you know you have to go and get. So go and get. With time, if you do better, you can have someone you send to go and get. You pay them. If you look at it, eventually you're paying the person 30,000 naira. The person comes 3 times a week to assist you. 3 times a week to assist you. But your increase in income because of increased production by one day in profitability is 70 or 60,000, and you pay the person 30,000. You're doing it twice a week alone. But if you do one more day, the profit will be 50,000. And out of that 50,000, you're paying this new addition 30,000. But the person is not helping you only on this one day. It's helping you on the 3 days when you're doing production. Are you tracking? How much time have you freed up for yourself? How much stronger will you be at the end of the day and less tired? What have you just done? So these are one of the reasons why expansion can be good. It frees you up to do other things. Frees you up to go study. Frees you up to pray. Frees you up to do temple service. Frees you up to do better in the business, in the field yourself. You must learn to appreciate what being freed up does for you and what it is worth. Alright? So make sure you mark out that deep work session. If you have not been doing this, if you already do this as a norm, then you're going to have to look at it carefully. Identify the work sessions you already have. You're working on the farm. Okay, this is normally when I work like this without distraction. But you find out most times that we are distracted while we are working, except we have no choice. If you're in class, even in class, people get distracted. But let's say you're in class. You're in class. You have to be in class. What happens in the period outside? Nobody should hear me and say, no, I'm already fine. What happens in the period you don't have a delivery to make right now? What happens in the period you are not doing a job in Osun State? What happens in that period? I hope you know a lot of what I'm saying. I already clarified. It's not about the times you have no choice but to pay attention. We are discussing all those other areas that could have been used to make up and catch up on all your responsibilities, which you have not caught up with. All right. So I call it the Big Rocks calendar. Then the truth and clarity code. You know, here, the next is that you make precise agreements. Only say what is true. Of course, no one needs to tell you that. But there has to be truth and there has to be clarity. All right, so let's give an example. What is an example of a commitment you made or a promise that is fuzzy? It's fuzzy. Someone is not really sure. What did you say you did? So where's the thing you said? I didn't really say. I said I'll do it, Sha, now. But I didn't give you a time now. No. You're going to become clear. You're going to be specific. You're going to tell the truth. And so on. Who did you make the promise to? When did you make the promise? What was the promise? What was the standard? So identify a promise you have made that you did not fulfill. This one I'm going to give you a chance to do right now. Think. What have you been supposed to do that you have not done? What did you say you would do that you have not done? An example of something that you do you have not done. You can tell a recent one. Don't go to the end of the earth. Don't tell us what you promised your father when you were 4. What was it you had to do this week? Or was it last week? Something. You've left it vague, so you cannot be nailed. So you can say, well, there's nothing. I can help you if you, I can point to any of you and name 7 that you're owing me right now. I know you guys beyond this meeting too. So don't try me. You should be writing. Don't make me look at you. If I look at you, I'll say it online. What have you been supposed to do? You promise, okay, I'll get it for you, sir. I'll give it to you, sister. I'm bringing it tomorrow. We should have it by Friday latest. That's what you said. Today is Tuesday. I'll be delivering it by so and so day. I will give you 2. I will tell him. I will join. I will be there in this week soon. That was 3 weeks ago. This week has not arrived in your realm. But you missed it. The meeting you were supposed to be. Truth and clarity code. You must have a code to speak truly and to speak clearly. You know why we don't like being clear? So that when we don't do it, we are not guilty. And then some. You even said it very clearly you do it and you don't. Send in the report every evening. Where's the report? Are you sending the report every evening? Or you stop? It's a function of your feeling. Are you sending the report? Send in the report before you eat your dinner. That's a good way to keep yourself in check. Knowing that you have to fill the report will affect everything else you do. It is clear. You're going to identify that promise. So who did you make it? What was the promise? When were you to deliver? If you gave no time to deliver, fix a time to deliver it now. Tell the person, I will deliver it now. You know, when we were probably delivering the marriage guide, we gave the 14th, 2 days ago, Sunday. And by the 14th, we were holding this. We were holding by even the 13th. We were even holding on Friday night, a few copies. What we told the world was 14. What we told the printer was 2 days earlier. We delayed by 1 day. But we had 10 copies on Friday. We had 10 copies by Friday morning. I think we could have delivered this deal. That was just internal recklessness on the part of those who were to deliver it. Because the thing was, it could have gotten to the airport. 10 copies. These 10 copies were specially made available earlier than expected. By Friday, we had more. By Saturday, by Sunday morning, we had at least 200 and something. That was enough to make the first set of people who had ordered it be able to send it to some 2 cities that we had couriers headed that way. But the point is this: because of how specific we made the promise of delivery, before that there was a songbook we were doing for. We gave the moment we gave a date, something that has been pending for years was fulfilled. I heard someone say the other day, and they'll claim they heard it from me, God will forgive the person because I did not say so. The person said, don't make vows at all. Maybe many of you believe that. God have mercy on you and show you mercy on this earth because you not do anything for God. Psalm 50 says that you should offer the Lord a sacrifice, a thanksgiving, and fulfill your vows. If you're never to make a vow, why is God saying you should fulfill it? Why? Yes, Ecclesiastes 5 says, I taught that thing. Almost anybody here that is wary of making vows now is because I taught you. I agree. But did I mean you should make no vows? The important thing is keep the vow. The problem with there being no vow is that some of us have no fear except there is a vow. And in fact, part of the biggest problem many of us have is that you don't make any vows anymore. That's why you achieve nothing. Today, before this meeting finishes, many of you ought to make vows. Just don't make many, make one. Then fulfill it. But to be absolutely vowless. Sacrifice, verse 14, Psalm 50. Sacrifice thank offerings to God. Fulfill your vows to the Most High. If the Most High is against vows, why is he saying you should fulfill it? Why didn't he say, don't make any more vows to the Most High? Make vows. I gave you an example of a vow I have, not eating before I pray. Do you know how many times I have gone on ahead to just go and eat? You can't imagine, you have no idea. That one, now did I vow and say I swear to Almighty God, make up, did I go into some ritual? I didn't do that. I don't know how about it. I just told myself, I'll not. It is an internal vow, external vow. I don't know. Maybe I wrote it down. It's good. You better have vows in your life. Don't create a vow and a penalty. I don't know. You say, oh, if I fall into this thing, may God kill me. What's that a vow? That's not a vow. That's a curse. That's you cursing yourself. That's completely different from a vow. If a vow and a curse are different, he said you should fulfill your vow. That means their vows these people did not fulfill. And they were not dead. God had not killed them. Don't make a vow with a curse. Is someone getting clarity? Many people have been cursing themselves. Say, God, the day I do this, let this happen to me. That's a vow and a curse. Who sent you to make curses? A vow can be delayed, but fulfilled. The important thing is that you should fulfill the vow. Ecclesiastes 5. When you make a vow to God, do not delay to fulfill it. He would like you to fulfill it quickly. It doesn't mean while you're wasting time in fulfilling it, he smites you with lightning. It just means that it should be done. So why he's telling his saints in Psalm 50 that they should fulfill their vows is that they are delaying. But it is far better to delay a vow and eventually fulfill it than to never make a promise. They say I shouldn't make a vow. I shouldn't make any promises. So I'm never going to make a promise. I'm obligated to no one. Nothing. I own nothing. I own no one. You won't go very far. You won't go very far. There better be some nevers in your life. And there better be some evers. There better be some promises to the Lord. Fulfill them. Fulfill them. Who knows what comes back to worry your conscience is the thing you promised that you would do. Who knows the one you didn't promise does not worry you that much. After all, I didn't promise. You better start making promises. Not having any promises is a very dangerous thing. I had promised I would do this for my parents at the beginning of the holiday. God, only 1 week remaining, I have not done it. Don't you know that's why you do it? Let there be no promise. I mean, I'm not making any promise. I didn't promise anyone anything. You become this heartless, feckless person who is totally selfish. You better make promises. I hope that's clear. That's not a contradiction. That's a clarification. Cut it out and share. When you've accomplished it, the metric there is going to be that you have done what you said. The next, number 6, is the integrity flute. It's similar to the first, and it has to do with closing the old promises faster than you make new ones. Did you hear that? Don't make new ones when the old ones are still hanging there. Identify the old promises. Let's find the whole list of promises we've made already, commitments you made. Listen to the kinds of promises. Some were made to loved ones. Many were made to a boss, a co-worker, a superior, a contemporary, someone you're working with, someone you're working under. If you ask me in terms of priority, which one is most important? Most important are to those you're obligated to, those above you. If you're accountable to someone above you, a parent, you're accountable to someone who is older than you or superior to you in some way. You owe them an extra obligation because there's more than one bird being killed there. There's the honor that they deserve. It says you give honor to whom honor is due. So you told your friend, don't worry, I'll take you and show that boutique someday. But you also told your father, your mother, your boss, I will take you and show you. I think you owe a bigger obligation to the one above you. Why? Because if you delay your friend, what you've done is you've delayed your friend. If you delay your father or boss, what you've done is you've delayed them and dishonored them. There are more crimes being committed upwards than sideways. Are you understanding? Anybody understand that? The greater consequence. They say, don't be angry. Be angry and sin not. I was angry and I sinned. I said what I shouldn't say. Who do you say to? My friend. That's not cool now. Who do you say to? My father. How can you say that's the same? Anger is anger. One does not even need to curse you. You're cursed. The other one is not fair. Very wrong, but still, it doesn't compare. So never act in the same ways towards everyone. Act like it's the same. It's not the same. No, it's not the same at all. So, integrity must be fulfilled, and that integrity will be by identifying a promise you made. Fix it today. Close that loop. Identify it. It's still connected to the previous point. List of promises, list of things you have promised, and ensure that you keep it. Number 7, order the gateways. That's put in order what is at the gateway. What's the gateway? Your desk. The gateway for your work, for things to come in and go out. Think of yourself as a compound with a gate. A scattered table with things everywhere is really bad. Ensure that it is ordered and orderly. Your phone. I've seen some people's phone icon, the face of it. I know the older people, they are fine. It's well with them. Sometimes you see the call button, 8 on different, they have 8 different phone faces. What I don't understand are younger people when it's scattered, like if you're dealing with someone's grandmother or my mother. It has to be orderly. It affects you. It affects you. The way our computers are, things inside, it affects us. When you sit down to work, before you finish digging through the hurricane site, on your way there, your inbox, your calendar, you have to order that list of things to do. You have to order it. You have to cancel out different things that you're doing. You have to cancel out and order. and all of that. And then I want us to do a 30-minute reset. Okay? This week. We're going to spend some time every day, 30 minutes. Are you hearing? 30 minutes reset. What's that? Order, stop and reorder things. Your task, shuffle. In 4 to 5 days, you should be done with it. For the rest of this week, we reorder our tables, pick out the books that shouldn't be there, the things that shouldn't be there, put it elsewhere. So when you sit to work, let only what you really need be on top of the table. You understand? Yeah, it's going to be like magic, though. That will be like, if you want, it's not juju. Yes, good juju. Clear the table like this. Have nothing else on it. Just break the one book and the other thing, keep on it. Keep the other one down on somewhere, shelf. When you finish, take this one away, bring that one. If you need to stand your bed, tell us about it when you come. Let that be one of the testimonials we hear by next time. Give yourself 4 to 5 days to reset all of this. Do the same thing with your phone. Shift the things that are not needed. Delete the apps that are not needed. When you want to find the apps in it, don't. All right, you get me. Identify the things you have to do tomorrow. Order it, make it neat, and so on. I really wish I could finish this, but okay. I'm going to ask you for 10 more minutes. Then you answer questions. 15:15. Let me finish this. Frog first. You see why I want to finish. The next point is eat the frog first. The hardest part, the most disgusting, but high value task. What's the task that's most important? Don't go starting to put together this month wage bill together. Today is the 15th, 16th. What's the most important thing for you? You have clothes to sew. Do not, I really like her. They have always wanted to try this design this person asked for. When are they picking? They said sometime in maybe the second week of January. So why are you saying it now? Like I said, I always like I like the. What about the woman that says she's picking her clothes on Friday? I'll do it. This one is not. I think you need to eat the frog first. You are the frog. And maybe sucking you is the most important thing to do. Please do not fall to this temptation. We are laughing, but we've done this very many times. Instead of finding the highest value task, what's the most important task that needs to be done now? And it's hard, similar to picking the rock, remember? But it's a high value task. What the benefits? What's the one that brings the greatest value? We must find it. And it's hard. Out of 7 different tasks. Someone wants to give me a list of tasks they have to do right now. You have, I'm going to give 30 seconds. If you can jot down maybe 5 different tasks you have to do down your desk right now. Oh yeah, I'm giving you, that's 25 seconds now. You should pick your frog every night. You can keep space and write just back to them. You can pick your frog every night. Identify the frog at night. Tomorrow, what are the hardest things you have to do that will bring forth the greatest value? And because there are so many other things to do, I don't mean in your general list. I'm just saying that the day before. Yeah, who has 5 tasks down? I want you to tell us what they are. If it's something you can say. And then you tell us which one you think is the most high value.
I have presentation slides to create for the FAST seminar, BBS, and I have honor booklets to create, then some review videos and create videos for another company I work with.
That's 4 things, but not
Then-
really 4. That last one should be reviewing videos.
Review videos is one of them. Then I have a video to create and another video to edit. So 3.
Which one do you think is the most is hardest? Which is hardest? Hardest is different from just valuable. Which is the hardest?
Creating the videos. Having to create and edit the videos are the hardest ones.
Good. Which one seems most urgent?
The fast presentation slides.
So what does one do in a situation like that? You want to speak or any other person wants to speak, you can speak if you don't. So how are you going to manage it? How's that going to work?
I'd like someone else to speak.
Silence in this land. So tell me. Okay, go on.
I think it will be to finish the most urgent first.
You're saying most urgent. You can't talk like that. We ask for specific so you can speak specifically. So she should make the video. That's what you want to say.
Yes, sir.
To make the video.
Make the video first, since it is the most urgent.
Give your reason for think. No, that's the hardest. That's the hardest. It's not the most urgent.
Okay. I think, going with the most urgent, which is the first seminar, I think is the first thing she should do, because after getting that done, I think to an extent she'll gain clarity on how to sit down, calm down, and then focus on the hardest part.
Yes, anybody else? Thoughts? Pass it.
While focusing, since the first presentation slide is the most urgent, while working on that, she can be putting together the assets for the hardest task, which is the video. Like, this is from experience, because it's not every time. Sometimes when you're copying to paste on the presentation slide, you can be downloading in the background the assets you will need to make the video. And then by the time you are done with this seminar, you're not starting from 0%, you're starting from 15% or 10%.
Yes? Any other thought?
I would say she should start with the most urgent one, which is editing the fast seminar. And the most difficult one, she can pace she can break down the task into different